Sound check. Could the interpretation team please do a sound check on the English channel? Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Merci. La même chose en français, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue. We're going to start in 1 minute. We'll start in 1 minute. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call the meeting to order now. And as we begin our meeting today, and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on unceded Anishinaabe-Algonquin territory. Les peuples de la nation Anishinaabe-Algonquin vivent sur ce territoire.
The people of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and present have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their valuable past and present contributions to this land.
I'll ask now for a roll call, please.
Councillor Luloff.
Good morning.
Councillor Dudas.
Bonjour.
Councillor Curry. Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Here.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Leeper.
Here.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Vice Chair Kitts.
Here.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any declarations of interest? Confirmation of minutes. We have 3 items there. Are the minutes confirmed? All right. We will hold 4.1 and 4.2 and 4.3. 4.4 is the lease financing agreements for 2025. Is that received? Item 4.5 is the Paramedic West Deployment Facility procurement process.
Dissent on that. Thank you. Mayor.
What's that?
I'll just dissent on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that carried?
Carried.
Okay, noting the one dissent by Councillor Menard. Item 4.6 is the Clean Fuel Regulations Program. Is that carried? 4.7, 2025 procurement year in review. Is that received? 4.8, the 2025 investments and debt report. Is that carried? 5.1 is the 2026 annual asset management progress update. Is that received? 5.2 is the Adisoke project update, so we'll hold that. From the Office of the City Clerk, 6.1 is the French Language Services Advisory Committee end of term report. Is that received? 6.2 is the status update on Finance and Corporate Service Committee inquiries and motions. Is that received? 7.1, we have a delegation, so we'll hold that. $7.2 is the 75 Nicholas Street option to purchase and restrictive covenant. Is that carried? 7.3 is the Affordable Housing Community Improvement Plan applications for tax increment equivalent grants. Is that carried?
I'll dissent, Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Menard dissents. 7.4, 7579 Spring Hill partial disposal for conservation co-ownership. Is that carried? 7.5 is the declaration of surplus and sale of 1601 Prince of Wales Drive to Carillon Cooperative Housing Incorporated. So my understanding is that everybody's okay for this to carry? But we do have a motion from Councillor Johnson that will be introduced by Councillor Brockington. I believe the delegate who is on our agenda is okay with us proceeding if we carry it on consent. So maybe we can just deal with the motion and the item quickly here, if everybody's okay with that. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. This motion is being moved on behalf of Councillor Johnson, or on her behalf, which I will read onto the record. It's regarding housing cooperatives and lease renewals. Whereas the City of Ottawa's Housing Acceleration Plan Section 4A identifies emergency policy levers for the strategic use of public lands for affordable housing development. Whereas housing cooperatives, both provincial and federal, are an important component of the City of Ottawa's local affordable housing ecosystem. Whereas the City of Ottawa has entered into land leases with housing cooperatives to enable those cooperatives to construct residential buildings and operate on city lands. Whereas housing cooperatives are well positioned in both the preservation and creation of affordable housing within the City of Ottawa. Whereas cooperative boards are independent and self-determining, whereas the city is afforded an opportunity to engage with cooperatives as lease approach renewal, whereas the city's disposable of real property policy requires that municipal lands be disposed of at market value unless otherwise authorized by council. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to develop a guiding document for housing cooperatives to be made available well in advance of the end of lease terms, outlining steps to take and potential supports available for cooperatives interested in exploring options for developing new affordable housing on their sites. Be it further resolved that this document be developed in consultation with relevant housing sector partners that may include, but are not limited to, Local Housing Cooperative, CHF Canada, Chassio, and the Ottawa Community Land Trust. Be it further resolved that this document be submitted to committee and council for consideration no longer than Q1 of 2027. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Is that carried? And the motion, the item is amended. Is that carried? Okay. Item 7.6 is the review of eligibility criteria for municipal housing facility bylaw, housing acceleration action plan. Item 34. Is that carried? Okay, the next two items are a couple of BIA related items, and my understanding is that the delegates are all okay with not delegating if we are carrying these items on consent. So item 7.7 is the Preston Street Business Improvement Area Boundary Adjustment. Is that carried? And item 7.8 is the intention to designate Cedarville Business Improvement Area BIA formation. Is that carried? And the same applies to item 7.9, which is the Integrated Orleans Community Improvement Plan. Is that carried? Okay. So if colleagues are okay with it, I would like to deal with item 5.2, the library item first, because I expect that will be the shortest of the items that were held, and rather than have the library folks sit through all of the tax LRFP and other items, as a courtesy to them, I think we should deal with that one first, if everybody's okay with that. So let's move to the Adisoke project update. Did anyone want to speak to that or ask questions on that? No? All right. Is it carried? Yeah? Okay. Sorry, I thought there would be questions. All right, it's carried. Thank you. Okay. We will move to items 4.1 and 4.2. So we have a joint presentation on both those items. So I'll turn it over to staff now for those two items.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good morning, members of the committee. I'm joined today with Svetlana to share in a presentation. So the first presentation will be a little bit of an overview of the Q1 report and a closure report for 2026. So the purpose of today's presentation is to provide committee with an update of the first quarter financial results, provide a high-level overview of the broader macroeconomic and market risks, and a summary of the capital close items. Next slide, please. So before turning to the budget results, it's important to situate them within the current economic environment. This slide highlights a mixed outlook when it comes to shaped by interest rates, inflation, labor market conditions, and overall weakening consumer confidence. On inflation and interest rates, the Bank of Canada policy rate is 2.25%, while inflation has moved upward with the CPI at 2.4% in March and farther north higher rates in 2.8 in April, driven largely in part by higher gasoline prices. At the same time, core inflation remains near 2%, and the near-term outlook suggests inflation may rise modestly before end of the year and returning back to that 2% level in 2027. The labor market also presents challenges. The slide notes that the federal workforce is projected to decline by 1.7% annually through 2030. Unemployment is expected to rise from 5.8% in 2024, further to 6.6% in 2026. In 2025, it ended at 6.3%. At the same time, economic diversification is expected to support some growth in some sectors, such as technology, defense, tourism, construction, and manufacturing. From a consumer and business perspective, confidence is falling. The key pressures identified here are disrupted trade flows, tariff impacts, high gasoline prices, and continued financial market volatility. The key priority for staff is to continue balancing these macroeconomic factors and their impacts on residents, business, consumers as we manage the city's finances through the year. Next slide, please. This slide provides a high-level view of housing conditions in Ottawa compared with the broader provincial context. The overall message on this slide is that Ottawa remains relatively stable and resilient, although affordability pressures and project feasibility challenges continue. For Ottawa, the market is described as stable and balanced, with a modest price growth, improving supply conditions, and strong rental construction activity. However, the slide also notes that affordability and project feasibility pressures remain ongoing. By contrast, the Ontario-wide picture is weaker. Provincial housing activity is described as weak. Structural affordability challenges continue. Subdued demand due to pricing and affordability, and a shift in supply toward rental development. The key message is that Ottawa's housing market remains comparatively resilient relative to the broader provincial environment, but affordability and development feasibility continue to present risks that the city must keep a view on and a line of sight on. Next slide, please. Turning now to the budget update itself. This report covers the period from January 1st to March 31st of 2026. It also includes the operating and capital budgets for the city's tax-supported program, transit program, and the rate-supported programs. At this stage of the year, the report is intended to provide an overview of the city's first quarter position and identify any issues or risks that will require monitoring as the year progresses. It's also important to note that the results for Ottawa Police Services, Ottawa Public Health, and Ottawa Public Library are presented separately to the respective boards. The slide also highlights that the Q2 status report will provide a better indication of the overall year-end position because it will include the full forecast to the end of the year. Staff are also actively monitoring the principal risks and mitigation measures identified here, specifically tariffs, fuel, discretionary spending freeze, and a hiring pause. Next slide, please. For the tax-supported programs, the city is reporting a Q1 deficit of $28.5 million, compared with a Q1 deficit of $14.7 million for the same time in 2025. And as a note for comparison, in 2025, our final year in position for citywide tax-supported was a $39.5 million surplus. Within these results, Public Works is the main pressure point, showing a $29.4 million deficit, which is driven largely by the higher number of snow events, together with increased deployment levels, higher salt usage, and the use of contractors to support the above-average winter conditions experienced in the first half of 2026. Transit Services is also showing pressures with a $7.2 million deficit for Q1, compared with a $1.7 million in the same period last year. The key drivers identified are lower provincial funding, reduced fare revenues, and higher paratransport service delivery costs. In response, a number of mitigation measures have already been put in place across the organization. These continue to be, as we've seen in previous years, a hiring pause, a discretionary spending freeze. Our diesel hedging program is helping mitigate the risk on gasoline and fuel, and overall, we are still continuing to monitor the impacts of tariffs. The key message is that Q1 deficit is being driven primarily by seasonal winter costs and transit-related pressures, while staff continue to apply mitigation measures to manage those pressures over the remainder of the year. I will now pass over to Svetlana. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Cyril. Turning now to rate-supported services. Passons maintenant aux services financés par les redevances. Drinking water shows a surplus of approximately $500,000. Wastewater is reporting $4.3 million surplus, and stormwater is reporting a $2.1 million surplus. These outcomes are mainly driven by compensation savings from vacancies, lower debt servicing costs, and higher consumption levels. Ces résultats reflètent une combinaison d'économies et d'une demande plus
So
élevée.
it is because that we had a higher demand and more savings.
Stable and strong start to the year across rate-supported operations. Next slide, please. Let's now look at the capital closure process for 2026. Voyons maintenant le processus de clôture.
Let's go to the capital closure of some project in 2025.
Across tax-supported programs, rate-supported programs, and transit services. Each capital project approved by Council is assigned a projected year of completion, with closure typically occurring in the following year. Les projets sont généralement fermés l'année suivant leur achèvement, conformément aux pratiques de gestion. As part of this process, any unspent funding is
Alors, tous fonds qui n'ont pas été dépensés retournent à la source.
Les fonds non utilisés sont retournés à leur source de financement.
Up-end funds are returned to the source funding reserve.
Council approval is required for key steps, including project closures and certain budget adjustments. Dans certains cas, une approbation
In some cases, we need the approval of the council to move forward.
Looking at the financial impact of these closures and adjustments, the results are broadly positive. There is a reduction of approximately $39.2 million in previously approved net capital spending. Of this amount, about $26.5 million will be returned to reserve. Cela permet de renforcer notre position financière.
So this is our financial position. This allows us to have a little bit more flexibility.
A requirement of $3.5 million in development charge funding to better align eligible costs. In addition, these adjustments reduce debt financing needs by $16.1 million. Cette réduction de la dette contribuera à
So this
diminuer
debt reduction will allow us to reduce the pressure in the future.
Closure process is generating savings and strengthening our overall position. Il s'agit donc d'un résultat positif du
So
plan
we're having
financier.
good positive results.
This slide highlights the overall change in our reserve balances. Cette diapositive représente l'évolution de
So
nos
this is
réserves.
where you see the evolution of our situation.
Increasing from approximately $203 million to $215 million, largely noted in the tax stabilization reserve. Capital reserves show a decrease of $19 million, reflecting plant usage. Cette diminution est prévue à liée au financement.
This was already planned.
Combined reserves increased by approximately $25 million. Restricted reserves also increased, rising from $81 million to $84 million. Ces réserves demeurent stables grâce à des sources de financement prévisibles.
We were able to receive some funding from other level of government.
La tendance demeure positive et appuie la
The trends are positive
à long terme.
and supports our long-term financial plan.
Slide, please. So in closing, there are four main takeaways from today's presentation. First, the Q1 deficit is primarily a result of the above-average winter season and higher number of snow events experienced in the first quarter. Second, the city's mitigation measures are working and continue to help offset operating deficits as the year progresses. Third, the capital closure return to source funding will support the city's investments and funding strategies as part of the upcoming LRFP presentation next. Fourth, this report reflects a continued commitment to strong financial management and discipline, while recognizing that staff will continue to monitor these risks closely and report back to committee as needed. And the next financial update to committee will be the Q2 report, which will provide a full year 2026 outlook and forecasts compared to the budget. Mr. Mayor, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to confirm we had talked about using this as an opportunity to start our investment in accelerating the supportive housing that we're building. Could you just speak to how we're doing that through the capital close?
Mr. Mayor, yes. So as part of the closure report, you will see there's $5 million being allocated to the supportive housing as per the motion that the mayor presented. So we were able to find those funds. Even net of that, there's still significant funding being returned to the overall reserves.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. I'm glad to see we're moving forward on that. Councillor Kavanagh.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate that. I just want to clarify, is that for capital or operational for supportive housing?
Mr. Mayor, at this point, it's for capital.
Capital, okay. And where would we rely on operational since that's necessary?
So, Mr. Mayor, that'll be forthcoming in future budgets. Given this is a capital funding source and this is one-time funding, it really will support the capital side, and we'll be bringing forward a plan in terms of the next budget cycle and in terms of the operating side of it.
So we're moving in that direction.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for the report this morning. I do have some questions related to the Q1 report that you've provided. I just wanted to focus on the public works section, the snow clearing, if I may. Snow clearing deficit on page 5 reports 29 million and change over budget. And one of the most expensive components of snow operations is the removal of snow as opposed to the clearance of snow. And I just wanted to ask if any additional thought has been given to, particularly in the month of March when the forecast looks quite promising for spring, where the forecasted temperatures are well above zero, whether there's some sort of criteria that staff use to stop removing snowbanks when we know the forecast is going to take care of the problem. Given this is very expensive, could staff just comment on how they decide when to stop this particular function?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, to your point, this is our most expensive operation and not one that we take lightly. So when we come to the end of the season, we really start to provide more of a critical view in terms of where does the snow get removed, but also how does it get removed. So the challenge that we're always facing is if we leave the snowbanks just melt on their own, then we start impeding our spring cleaning operations because those end up getting delayed. So when we look at basically the end of the season, what we start to do is leverage a lot more of our internal staff to be able to do that snow clearing, because the big cost comes when we need a significant volume of contracted vehicles to be able to help to support our snow removal operation. So we definitely scale that back, leverage our staff, and then try to see basically, okay, how do we make sure that we're able to still meet our spring cleaning standards also, especially on a year like this year where we definitely had a late winter. So if we just leave the snow melt on its own, then basically we get into spring cleaning issues. So it's definitely a balancing act.
Thank you for that. I noticed my time kept running while the general manager was providing an answer. I just want to shift over to transit services. Again, a deficit of in Q1 of $7+ million. Ridership revenues way off. Ongoing concern I have with our annual budgets are about the very optimistic estimates that are in the transit budget for ridership numbers, ridership revenues. And again, an estimate is an estimate, but estimates should also be our best possible guess based on all information before us. Mr. General Manager, you're fairly new. You're seeing these results. How do you react to this? How do you go back to your staff and say, listen, we've got to refine our numbers better to make sure we're not producing these types of deficits, but particularly with ridership, how do you focus on providing the best estimates for ridership with all the information you have available?
through the mayor. What I've done is I've talked to staff about getting me a little bit more information that they may have used to when it comes to ridership. Where are the routes that we're increasing? Where are the routes that we're decreasing? Getting a better understanding of that. I've also asked them to take a look at throughout the entire city, where are the growth areas? So that we can do better projections along that, as well as the major employers, because my understanding is we've had a few move around the city. So I've asked them to come back, and we'll be going to a committee to provide that type of information as we move forward.
One thing I'd like at a future committee, transit committee update is basically what our estimates, the two biggest components or cohorts of riders in Ottawa are federal public servants and post-secondary students. My understanding is both of those cohorts, as far as ridership, is decreasing. I don't know to what capacity, I don't know to what levels. Just to plant a seed with you, would be great if staff could comment on that at a future transit commission meeting, just so the commission is aware of what we are faced with in 2026 future years. We heard from the city treasurer that he expects unemployment to go up, job losses in the city. How will that impact our ridership on public transit? Not a question I expect to be answered today, but something as someone who serves on the committee is very interested to having a better understanding. But thanks. Thanks very much, and thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Alain, first of all, thank you. I know it's been a challenging year. Just for on the record, sweeping is finally getting done and completed. And now we're on to road painting. Obviously, this year has been very different compared to other years. Returning to snow plowing and then painting and then sweeping and then back to painting. I just wanted to know, how are your crews doing? Are they? It's been a busy year for them as well, and I think it's worth acknowledging.
Mr. Mayor, yes, thank you for the acknowledgement, and I think they're just happy the winter's over. So
you just cursed it, but yes, that's right. It's coming back then. But thank you for that. That's pretty much it. I just want to say thanks for the great work, and even though it goes in ebbs and flows, plowing, street sweeping, painting lines is a core service, and we depend on it. So while you might see a uptick in a very busy year, it changes in different years. So thanks to the hard work of the men and women this year.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. I did have a question for staff concerning the overall reserve fund health. The city-wide capital reserve is projected to close at $53 million, which is significantly lower than its operating balance. What is the overall, and I'm just wondering, what is the overall trajectory of this reserve over the next 3 to 5 years? And does staff consider the projected closing balances, excuse me, adequate to absorb unplanned capital needs?
Mr. Mayor, yes. So as per our reserve policy, the recommended balance, minimum balance for this reserve account is $21 million. So I've spoken with this a number of times in the last 2-3 years of this term, where we've been kind of building this one up on purpose. So the funds that were coming back through the closure process, we've been keeping it there because I really want to preserve that for the next agenda item, which is the long-range financial plan, to make sure that those dollars go into the core infrastructure that we need. So as part of the next report, there is a recommendation to do a one-time draw, and that draw will bring it back down to the minimum balance. So that will be, and that minimum balance is based on, sufficient fund for, the one-off events. So we do look at that. And again, the other thing that we do in this city, in this organization, is the capital closure process. That's not really a consistent thing that's done across the sector, but that's another avenue that we also further risk mitigate against those scenarios. But again, today, it's at 55 million. The next report is taking a one-time draw, but that one-time draw brings it back to the required minimum balance of 21 million.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you. Just to refresh my memory on the snow clearing deficit that we've encountered through the first quarter, what was last year's total snow clearing deficit?
Mr. Mayor, it was roughly 40 million.
Yeah, I put it, I know I won't take you through the same questions that I had. I can't remember at the last opportunity. It might have been a budget time, but we are I would assert consistently underfunding our snow operations. Tens of millions of dollars in deficit for several years in a row is a clear sign to me that we are not funding that operation adequately. And I certainly hope by the time the next budget is being put together, there's a fairly thorough analysis of what the right level is. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Just to be clear, though, you look at a number of years on average, and I'm not trying to be nitpicky, but we are still funding the operations. We're just not budgeted. We haven't been budgeting at the level that we funded. Just to be clear, right?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. And I don't have it at my fingertips, but in 2023 or 2024, we did have a $7 million surplus. So again, you heard me say this before, we do look at the 3, 5 year, 10 year. This is now 2 back-to-back, so we will be looking at it a little differently this year for sure.
Yeah.
But it is kind of a 3-5 view that we look at as well, and layer in any different changes that come up.
Yeah, okay. I don't disagree with the main point you were making, but just for clarity. Okay, so item 4.1 there, then the 2026 capital adjustments and closing of projects, is that carried? Item 4.2 is the 2026 Q1 tax transit and rate supported programs operating capital budget status update. Is that received? All right, we will move to item 4.3, the long range financial plan for tax supported capital. We have a presentation from staff, we have some delegations, and we have a couple of directions. So I'll turn it over to staff to get us started.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to jump right in. So today on this presentation, I'm going to share the presentation with my colleagues, Tammy and Isabel. This report sets out the proposed funding strategy for the priority tax supported infrastructure needs over the next 10 years and outlines a practical, phased approach that balances infrastructure needs with affordability and delivery capacity. This presentation focuses on how we propose to fund the priority infrastructure requirements in a prudent and sustainable way while maintaining flexibility to adjust to conditions as they evolve. Next slide, please. This slide sets out the purpose of the long-range financial plan, and the LRP establishes how the city will fund priority infrastructure needs over the next 10 years. Importantly, it does not approve every individual project today. Rather, it establishes the funding strategy and priorities that will guide future budgets. Council is being asked to approve the tax-supported LRFP, including 3 core elements. First, the affordable phase infrastructure funding strategy. Second, the prioritization of renewal, growth, and mission-critical infrastructure needs. And third, new funding tools and a pilot approach including agile capital budgeting dedicated to funding growth. The rationale for this approach is straightforward. These decisions are intended to protect critical infrastructure and core services, support affordability through paced investments, align funding with the organization's delivery capacity, and improve long-term financial sustainability. In short, this is about setting a disciplined financial framework now so the future budgets can continue to make prudent and achievable infrastructure investments. Next slide, please. The proposed funding strategy uses a 2-year ramp-up to begin the funding the full 10-year plan. This is intentional. First, it aligns the funding with delivery capacity by pacing investments in line with the organization can reasonably implement. Second, it preserves flexibility. It's a phased approach. It gives council room to respond to changing financial, economic, or operational conditions. Third, it protects affordability by keeping tax increases manageable while still allowing the city to continue investing in what matters. Finally, the plan is designed to recalibrate in 2028 when the updated asset management plans come forward. Its delivery data and affordability conditions will provide a refreshed basis for decisions. The slide also highlights that implementation begins now in 2027 with a planned recalibration in 28. That stage approach is intended to both be practical and reasonable. So while the plan looks at over the 10 years, the first step is to deliberately measured and allows for adjustments as better information becomes available. Next slide, please. This slide places the current tax LRP update in a broader context. It shows that this work is part of a multi-year progression of long-range financial planning across the city's major services since 2017. Over that period, the city has brought forward a range of long-range financial plans, asset management plans, master plans, development charter studies, and so on. The timeline shown here includes work related to tax rate, transit, as well as housing, solid waste, climate change, transportation, levels of service, risks, and infrastructure master planning. The key point is that the 2026 tax RFP is not a standalone exercise. It builds on a decade of deliberate planning and reflects the city's continued effort to connect financial planning with asset condition, service requirements, and long-term infrastructure sustainability. This continued diligence and financial planning demonstrates that the recommendations before you are part of an established planning continuum rather than a one-off funding proposal. I will now pass over to Tammy. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Cyril. Last year, Council received the asset management plans, which identified approximately $10.8 billion in infrastructure pressures and funding gaps across all city services over the next 10 years. Of that amount, approximately $3.8 billion is related to tax-supported renewal. The asset management plans are intended to identify infrastructure pressures and funding gaps. They are not funding recommendations. The work of this long-range financial plan was to determine which portions of that funding gap should be prioritized over the next decade to maintain assets in a safe and functional condition. Through that process, the $3.8 billion tax-supported renewal funding gap was reduced to a prioritized renewal funding gap of about $1.23 billion. That represents the portion of the gap that should be addressed first to maintain safe and functional municipal infrastructure. The next slide explains how we approach that prioritization and risk assessment process. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the factors that were used in that prioritization process. The first consideration was asset condition. Staff use inspection reports, monitoring, condition assessments, and life cycle information to understand where assets are performing well and where risks are beginning to emerge. The second consideration was regulatory and code requirements. Assets that support legislated obligations, public safety requirements, or critical regulatory compliance received additional consideration. The third factor was mission-critical function. These are assets where failure could have significant impacts on residents, service delivery, business continuity, or public safety. In these cases, maintaining reliable service was particularly important. Finally, staff considered asset-specific factors such as redundancy, operational impacts, service consequences, risk exposure, and the city's ability to manage the consequences of failure. No single factor determined the outcome. Rather, these factors were considered together to understand both the likelihood and consequences of failure and to identify where funding would have the greatest impact. The result is a prioritized renewal funding gap of approximately $1.23 billion. This approach recognizes that not all infrastructure carries the same level of risk, and not all renewal gaps need to be addressed at the same time. The objective was to identify where funding should be prioritized over the next decade to maintain safe and reliable municipal services. And now I will turn the presentation to Isabel.
Thank you, Tammy. Next slide. The last tax LRP was in 2017. The annual funding gap was $70 million at that time, but much has changed since then, and Council has continued to increase funding every year, not only to address the funding gap, but help to address inflation, emerging needs, impacts on construction prices due to the pandemic, all to ensure that we continue to deliver city services. Over the 10 years since 2017, we have increased the annual budget by 118%. That is an additional $179 million annually. Much of this increase happened in this term of council. You can see by the bar chart that there was a significant jump in the last 4 years. Investments in infrastructure for tax-supported services increased by 44% versus the previous term. Next slide. So staff conducted a significant amount of research and analysis as input to the recommended funding strategies, including a best practice review of other municipalities, alternate sources of revenue, and modeling various scenarios. One key finding we wanted to share today was the analysis of spending. It helped us to understand more about infrastructure funding issues. This analysis substantiates recent concerns that there has been a delay in growth spending, particularly for roads projects. Historically, the city has experienced a capital spending rate of, on average, approximately 80% over the past 10 years on its regular capital program, which is reasonable since many projects take 2 to 3 years to construct. Growth projects, and in particular roads and related growth projects, spent less than 60% of their total adopted capital budgets. The city's current capital budget practice is a standard approach used by municipalities in Ontario, which approves budget authority upfront, ahead of when the actual spending will occur. This budget authorization approach is done for a variety of reasons, including procurement requirements, but also to ensure that funding for the capital project is in place so a project can be seen through to completion without the need for future budget approval. The 2026 tax LRFP proposes an alternative approach to be tested on a pilot basis, specifically for growth roads projects, described later as an agile budgeting pilot. Next slide. So staff established key principles to provide a framework for developing the proposed funding strategies. First, we divided the priority needs into 5 categories, primarily because each category has a different funding, policy, operational, and regulatory requirements. The key principle for funding priority, renewal, and growth needs is to fund the entire requirement over the 10-year plan, including any funding backlog created in the early years, as we build up the base budget to address the funding gap. In 2017, the LRFP prioritized renewal over growth. In this LRFP, the funding strategy is premised on a principle to establish a separate envelope dedicated to growth projects, such that one does not take priority over the other. Regulatory projects are already fully funded, and we will continue to do so. Enhancements were categorized separately to carve out costs that are due to policies that have added a premium cost to infrastructure projects, such as complete streets, climate change, and accessibility. The strategy for enhancements is to continue to fund at current levels and take the next 2 years to review these policies, assess non-financial strategies, or identify other sources of revenue. Replacement is a new category. Historically, the city has not budgeted for the replacement of facilities, only for renewal. The funding strategy principle for facility replacement relies on debt financing, since future taxpayers will benefit from these new facilities. Savings and disposal revenues from facilities rationalization or disposal should also be put aside to be reinvested in new facilities as part of an overall business case. Next slide. So the average annual funding requirement for the priority infrastructure needs is $543.2 million. The current funding level is $314.1 million per year. Per the principles described earlier, the LRFP plan addresses the full amount required for renewal, growth, and regulatory. Enhancements funding will not be increased and will be maintained at current levels. Facility replacements are currently unfunded, and the LRFP establishes a debt funding strategy to meet priority needs over the next 10 years. The LRFP projects a new average annual funding level of $479.7 million over the next 10 years for tax-supported capital funding. Next slide. The recommended funding strategy is to inject one-time funding in the first few years, in 2027 and 2028, to catch up with the greater needs in the early years, and then reassess what the annual base budget increases would need to be going forward. Based on the current needs projections, it is estimated that if we inject funding in the first 2 years, the annual base budget increases required in 2029 dollars would be $29 million and then dropping to $23 million in 2031. Without the increases in the first 2 years, the annual base budget increase requirement would be $34 million. The funding strategy assumes a doubling of the $6 million annual contribution to the base budget to $12 million within tax targets in 27 and 28. 0.15% of the new assessment growth will add $3.5 million annually to fund growth. A one-time drawdown on the capital reserve estimated at $32 million in 2027. Increasing debt funding overall for tax-supported capital by $60 million in 2027 and 2028, for a total of $120 million in each of those years, and $96 million until 2035. The plan also projects an annual funding requirement of $29 million until 2030 and dropping to $23 million until 2035. The updated tax LRFP that will accompany the AMP updates in the next term of council will include a recommendation for addressing any predictable funding need required post-2028. Next slide. So there are several factors delaying spending for roads and related growth projects, particularly funding for major projects which currently needs to be accrued over multiple years. Design processes have historically been scheduled to ensure that detailed design is completed in the same year that the full capital budget authority for construction is expected to be available. This avoids design sitting on shelves prior to construction. Road design standards change frequently, so detailed designs that are ready too early may need substantial rework before construction. Property acquisition only occurs once the full construction budget is available, and this can be a multi-year process. Implementation of roads and related growth projects can also experience delays related to coordination needs, design changes, or other unexpected challenges. A pilot of an alternative agile capital budgeting approach is recommended for transportation planning's roads and related growth projects. As part of the annual budget process, Council would approve a 10-year capital plan with approved projects and a 4-year spending authority. Reallocations within the 4-year spending authority limits to projects approved in the 10-year capital plan would be approved by the CFO, and any changes to the 10-year planned projects would need to be approved by Council. In alignment with the pilot, the City is also reviewing the project design and delivery process for roads and related growth projects to find other opportunities to reduce delays. Staff do not recommend increasing debt to advance road growth projects, particularly since the issue is not lack of funding, but rather timing of spending. Next slide. So the pilot will provide the following benefits. Funding flows to projects ready to move when others are delayed. Departments can plan with confidence that future year funding is available, and 10-year budget and 4-year spending plans create room to adjust. Next slide. So the proposed funding strategy assumes a conservative and affordable increase in the annual authority for new tax-supported debt to an average of $100 million for growth, renewal, regulatory, and service enhancements from 2026 to 2035. New debt authority for facility replacements will need to be approved for each project in future reports or as part of the budgeting process. Funding the debt servicing charges for facility replacements will come from gradually increasing the debt service budget over the 10-year plan. The debt servicing funded from taxation, including transit and police, reaches a maximum of 7.8%, barely exceeding the Council's 7.5% tax limit by 2032. This is a worst-case scenario, is only a projection, and can be managed and likely adjusted over the 10-year plan as part of the annual budget process. Debt servicing funded from tax and rate, including drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater, reaches a maximum of 10.2%, exceeding Council's 8.5% limit by 2031. The City's consolidated total debt servicing, including tax rates, supported debt, gas tax, development charge debt, Ottawa community housing mortgages, reaches a maximum of 16.3% of own source revenues compared to the 25% provincial limit. The City is expected to remain well under the legislative limit of 25% set by the province. Next slide. So the report includes 5 key recommendations: a funding strategy for renewal, growth, and regulatory capital that provides significant one-time increases in the first 2 years. Continue to explore financial and non-financial strategies over the next 2 years to address the ongoing funding needs for renewal, growth, and the funding gap for enhancements. Establish a climate change reserve fund that will be used to fund capital infrastructure needs to advance the city's greenhouse gas reduction targets, such as energy efficient buildings and the resiliency upgrades required to strengthen infrastructure that has not been designed to withstand future climate conditions, including more extreme rainfall, heat events, and freeze-thaw cycles. Next slide. Develop a facility replacement plan that would be funded by debt and offset by disposal proceeds and rationalization savings. Approve an agile capital budgeting pilot for roads growth and delegate authority to the CFO to reallocate funding to any project within the 10-year plan within the 4-year spending authority, and continue to advocate for senior levels of funding. And final slide. This slide highlights the key takeaways from the tax LRFP report. There has been a significant increase in infrastructure investment to date. Infrastructure pressures remain significant. Pacing matters. Funding must align with the organizational delivery capacity and affordability. The LRFP prioritizes critical infrastructure and service needs, and the 2-year ramp-up is intentional. It protects flexibility, supports affordability, and allows for recalibration in 2028. We are adding $96 million of additional funding in 2027 and $65 million in 2028. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes the presentation.
Okay, thank you for that. We're going to move to our delegations now, and we'll start with Neil Saravanamutu. Good morning. Yeah, take your time. I'll just say, since this is the first time you're appearing here since you registered as a candidate, I just wanted to congratulate you and thank you for putting your name forward and wish you the best of luck.
All right, all set. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Neil Saravanamutu. As the mayor just mentioned, I am a candidate for mayor, and I'm here to make 3 points today. The first is, if you could not understand this report, it's not on you. It was a very hard report to understand, but you should be demanding better. Now, I'm an economist. I spent years at the Department of Finance Canada. I went on to become the chief economist of the G20's work on global infrastructure. I spent a lot of time in this report, and I can barely understand what is being proposed. And I worry that this document is a repeat of what Justice Horrigan said in his report on the LRT, when he described the reporting as the non-disclosure of vital information by senior city officials. The non-disclosure of vital information by senior city officials. As Justin Horrigan pointed out with the LRT, you are not being given the critical information that you need to perform your statutory duties to the people of Ottawa. That's what I believe. And when I'm mayor, reports like this will not rise to council until they have been written in plain English that anyone can understand. So council, I would recommend you do the same. Ask that this report be rewritten in language that anyone can understand. Please do not repeat the mistakes of the LRT. Point number 2, this report is about our tax strategy to fund infrastructure repairs, but it does not answer the most basic question: will taxes need to go up? Now, when we did the rate analysis, we were able to say exactly what the rate increases were going to be, but here we have a tax strategy that doesn't answer that very basic question. So, Mr. Mayor, you said that we've been able to avoid Toronto level tax increases. And the reason Toronto taxes went up by 17% over 2 years is that they addressed their infrastructure funding gap. In Ottawa, we've simply kicked the can down the road. And it's time to be honest with the people of Ottawa. Are we simply delaying a tax increase for infrastructure until after the next election? Point number 3, it's not what's in this report that matters, it's what's not in this report. And specifically, we heard about the infrastructure gap that we are not funding. That was useful to have that presentation this morning that outlined that of the $3.8 billion infrastructure renewal gap, we will only be funding $1.2 billion of that. So we need to ask the question, that means more than 2/3 of all the required repairs that we have identified, we are either deferring, delaying, or abandoning. And so we need to be clear with the public. What roads are we not repairing? What community facilities are we planning to shut down? So let's get specific. The public deserves to know. The report is clear that there will be about 100 facilities that will be shut down over the next decade when these facilities reach end of life. It's what happened with the Belltown Dome in Bay Ward. When it stopped working, we just shut it down and put padlocks on the doors. Mr. Mayor, I've got a list here of 25 arenas that are approaching end of life. And so what I'd like to know is, of these 25 arenas, which, if any, are going to survive? Now, it's important to note that the cost of replacing and retaining these 25 arenas is a little more than $500 million. Now, we don't have the $500 million necessary to fix these 25 arenas, yet last year, many of you voted to spend $500 million to redo Lansdowne, a facility that we had redone 10 years previously. This is a situation where major developers behind Lansdowne got all the money they want, but the communities see their local facilities shut down. So in closing, let me reiterate my 3 points today. This report, I do not believe, provides you with the information you need to make an informed decision. I recommend you send it back and demand a report that anyone can understand. Number two, we need to be honest with the people of Ottawa about what this analysis means for a potential tax increase. Stop trying to hide any potential change to our tax levels until after the election. And number three, let's be clear about what community facilities are likely to be closed and what road repairs we will simply ignore. The public deserves to have a meaningful voice in those decisions. Councillors, if you have any questions about those 25 facilities, I'm more than happy to address them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thanks, Neil, for the presentation and the details that you went into. I am wondering, I'm curious about your thoughts about the potential for an infrastructure levy and your thoughts around selling off or decommissioning city assets of those two pieces that were presented. Be good to get your thoughts on those.
So these are both very significant decisions. We should be in the position where we can know whether an infrastructure levy is required or not. As I say, on the rate side, we were able to say that property water rates would go up by 5% a year for the next 10 years. We should be in a position where we can say something similar about taxes and whether that implies that we need an infrastructure levy or not. On the issue of facilities closing, that's obviously of significant concern to communities. Some of the assets that we are talking about that I have on my list are essentially represent the only community meeting place in some of the communities at stake here. And so we certainly deserve to bring the public into that discussion right now and ask them to decide on whether this is an approach that they want to take or not.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Bob Bell. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Mayor. Like Neil, I'm a candidate in this election. I'm a candidate in Ward 1. It's a little uncomfortable sitting right next to Matt, but it is what it is. We're gonna have to do this quite a bit over the next couple of months. I used to be a lawyer, and a big part of that job is writing emails and letters to your clients to give them good legal advice, to make sure they understand the full context, and then give them your solution, the costs, the benefits, all of that. If I had sent this report to a client, I would have received a very angry phone call of somebody who had no idea what I was talking about. If we just look at the funding strategy, on renewal, we know that the AMP gap has been closed by staff. They say they've brought it down from 3.8 billion to 1.23 through a prioritization effort. What's being cut? What's being closed? What's being deferred to a different council, to different taxpayers? None of that is explained in the report, and so how can you make a good decision as a council? If we look at the service enhancements, I actually, when I was reading this report, I didn't love that they were called service enhancements, because what we're really talking about is modernizing our facilities, making them more resilient to climate change, making sure that they are accessible to members of every part of our community, and they're being talked about as if they're an afterthought. They talk about non-financial strategies to address. It's very clear in the report that's talking about rolling back green initiatives, rolling back accessibility standards, rolling back things that people expect from modern infrastructure, modern facilities. And so I think that's a fair thing to bring to the people, especially in an election year. Do you want modern facilities that you can use moving forward, or do you want taxes that are kept artificially low, as they have been for a couple of decades now, so that we keep kicking this down the road until we end up in a situation like Toronto, where we have to boost taxes 17% in 2 years? Finally, I'd like to talk about facility replacements because this was a part that really bugged me in the report for a couple of reasons. First, I'm a father. I have 2 young kids, and frequently in this report we talk about how we need to make sure that the people paying for facility replacements are future generations. It's not for us now to pay for. That's to go on my kids. That really bugs me as a parent, and it bugs me as somebody who likes good planning. If we want to plan effectively, we should not be pushing these costs further and further down the road until we end up in the same situation we ended up with transit this January, where everything collapses at once and we're all left holding the bag. On the replacement, the report talks about 99 facilities that are in fair or worse condition. That means they're in the last third of their life. And these are the facilities that likely need to be replaced. But by putting on a priority lens, again, a term that is used but never explained, by using that priority lens, we can take that 99 down to 40 that will be replaced. The report makes it clear we can't afford to replace those 40 right now, but those are the only ones that merit replacement. What of those other 59? What is being closed? What is being taken away from our communities? I look at a community like Cumberland Village. Cumberland Village has one community center. They have RJ Kennedy Arena. It's a single pad arena, also a community center. It's in desperate need of renewal or replacement. Is it on the list of assets that are going to be disposed of to fund this renewal strategy? It is unclear in the report. So what I'm urging all of you to do today on council is to vote against this funding strategy, to send staff back to produce a report that's not only usable for you, but is usable for your constituents. Because this is our city hall, these are our documents, and if we, the voters, cannot understand what's happening, how can we make good decisions in this city? I see I still have 55 seconds, but that's all I prepared today, so thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you for your delegation today. Maybe the clerk will remind people this isn't the election campaign doorstep. We do legislation here, so I'd ask people to speak to the report. I think that's critical. But you do raise some good points, so I did want to ask you some questions in regards to, there's a lot of things that were presented. Advocacy towards the federal government. They have to do more. I actually testified at Parliament recently. There's a big push for that to help close those gaps. You would acknowledge it's across the country you're seeing infrastructure failures?
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely funding gaps all across the country. That doesn't mean we shouldn't plan prudently as a city. I'd also like to say, Mr. Tierney, was there something specifically about my remarks that you felt were election focused as opposed to focused on the issues before us? Because I believe I responded directly to the report on each of my points. I'm very happy to discuss it, but I think that was a bit of a drive-by for no reason.
No, actually, it was just related to people speaking in general. You might not be familiar with the procedures of council, but certainly the clerk will clear that up.
No,
It's
absolutely.
nothing
I'm very familiar, Mr. Tierney. I'm just, again, I'd love an example for
Yeah.
why it was brought up on my delegation.
Great. I have a further question. Looking at what was presented today about the infrastructure. Now, infrastructure is a big category. It's got several different buckets within it.
Absolutely.
There's been a proposal of adding on a levy. Now, we only have one levy in the city. I assume you're familiar with it.
We actually have 2 levies. We have the police service levy and we have the transit levy.
Well, we have the line items in the budget, but we have one that's fixed at the garbage, which is the 267. And that's actually a good deal. I'll bring this up with staff later on. Would you be in support of an infrastructure levy?
I think that needs to be fleshed out more by staff, but I wouldn't reject a transit levy on its face. I think that if that is what's required to bring our transit back, or not our transit, sorry, our infrastructure back up to snuff, then yeah, we should absolutely be considering that type of levy.
Yeah, okay, great. And infrastructure is a broad category. You've raised the arenas, for example. I think that's a good example. But there's also roads, street lights. There's a whole series of things that go along. Is there a certain category within the infrastructure you feel it's important?
I think right now we're failing, the city's failing across the board. We're seeing transit infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, community centers. It's a whole issue right across the board. I don't think that there's any point in picking one and prioritizing it. We need a strategy that's going to bring all of our infrastructure back up to a good level.
Great. Thank you very much for your delegation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Bell, thank you for your delegation. When you did mention that you were a candidate, I felt a bit awkward. I was like, oh, this is going to be awkward. But I did not hear, other than the fact that you said you were a candidate, I did not hear a single word out of your delegation that spoke to your candidacy. It spoke 100% to the report itself. You are far from the only person, elected or not, that uses this horseshoe for self-promotion. So I don't begrudge you that. You're a member of the public. Welcome to the delegation. And also to the point about other cities, Ottawa is far from the only city dealing with this. But as I'll be speaking either today or at council, different cities are handling this problem in different ways, and I appreciate the way you raised concerns about this one. The question I wanted to ask you, so you mentioned that you're a lawyer, and you said something to the effect that if you had drafted a letter of this nature, it would have been rejected. My first question, forgive me, did you mean if you had drafted a letter to a client you were advocating for, or another litigant that you were in?
Sorry, I meant if I was drafting a letter to a client I was representing.
Great.
Yep.
So with that in mind, if you're acting on behalf of your client, then everything you do is for the benefit of protecting your client.
Absolutely.
And you said if you had drafted a letter of this nature, your client would have rejected it on the assumption that your client would have been telling you, you are not protecting me. So can you tell me then what you meant as a lawyer? How do you look at this report? Because staff are, trying to give us information so that we can act in a way to protect our clients.
Yep.
As a lawyer, as what is it about this report that you feel is not acting in such a way that it is protecting the city's best interests?
Yeah, absolutely. So when you draft an opinion or a legal letter for a client, you need to make sure that they have a full understanding of what they're looking at, and then you need to speak to them in language that they can understand. So a lot of times throughout this report, there are a lot of terms of art used. You see them capitalized throughout. We're going to use this prioritization lens. We're going to use this strategy. But those strategies aren't explained. There's nowhere to link to them easily out of the report. There's no way for me as a reader to be able to orient myself as to what's happening. So if I was the client in this situation, I would be looking at it and I'd be saying, okay, you've given me a strategy, you've given me a plan. What does it mean? How did we get here? And how do I make an informed decision on how to move forward? Because while it is the lawyer's job to give the advice to the client, it is always the client's decision. And so you're not doing a good job, and I do apologize to staff. I don't think you're doing a bad job. I think it was a bad report, and it doesn't give us a full picture to be able to make a good decision on a funding strategy. They're asking you to make that decision. I don't believe you have the information to make that decision.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next is Warren Waters from the Federation of Citizens Associations.
Technology failure. There. I'm not a candidate for election. In fact, it would be a violation of my marriage vows if I were to be a candidate. Good morning, Mayor, committee members. I'm here representing the Federation of Citizens Associations. And we've looked at the long-range financial plan, and to be direct, we feel the city is stuck in a rut. Accepting that our local roads, parks, and buildings will just keep crumbling is not really a plan. We think we need to stop building things we can't afford to keep up, and we need a real, honest way to pay for the repairs we already need. Next slide, please. The staff report points out that we're short $229 million every year. If you remember nothing else from my delegation today, ask yourself, what is the reason why we are $229 million short every year? The staff report blames it on inflation and growing backlogs, but those are just symptoms. The real disease is that we keep building projects that cost more to maintain than they can bring in taxes. Because we don't have the money for upkeep, we have to put off basic repairs. A small crack is left until it becomes a total rebuild, and that delay just makes everything cost a lot more in the end. Next slide, please. Since the money isn't there, the city's current fix is to move the goalposts, lower the service standards so the budget looks balanced on paper. Calling a closed building or a pothole-filled road an efficiency doesn't fix the problem. It hides the physical decay. Furthermore, saying we'll study the funding gap during the next term of council sounds like we're kicking the can down the road. It leaves the mess for someone else to clean up. Next slide. It's not malice. It's just math. We need to fix the math, and that starts with stopping the bleeding. For every new development, public or private, staff must answer 4 basic questions before a vote happens. 1, what's the upfront public cost? 2, what will the long-term public repair cost be? 3, how much public revenue will this actually bring in? And 4, does this math make sense over a 50-year lifespan? If it loses money over the long term, why be surprised if it deteriorates? Next slide. So we also need to fix the hole we're already in. Other cities like Toronto, Mississauga, and Hamilton realized they couldn't cut their taxes out of this cut their way out of this problem, and they set up protected funds to pay for repairs. Ottawa's report didn't endorse this idea. It doesn't really give a clear reason why. So we just want to know why a tool that works for our neighbors is being dismissed here. And next slide. Here's what the FCA is asking for today. First, stop treating service cuts as normal. Let's be honest about what's happening instead of calling them efficiencies. Second, give the public a clear written reason why a dedicated repair fund isn't being recommended. Third, make those financial checks mandatory for all new projects. We need a plan that actually does the math. Thanks for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Great delegation. Thanks for coming out from the FCA, and appreciate your work. You mentioned that we need to focus on the repairs of the existing assets, and the growth aspect is obviously a bigger concern, because you have to go 50 years, 60 years to say how much that's going to cost, and it adds to that deficit in the future. I wonder, what is the solution to that? If we're not funding new growth, we're focusing on repairing existing assets, I suppose, or putting our attention there. How do we do that as a city? What does that actually meaningfully look like in your view?
Well, what I'm saying is it's not a matter of taxing or cutting or going into debt or new growth. Those are sources of funds. What I'm saying is the key problem is the efficiency of our spending. Whether it's funded by taxes or debt or service cuts or new growth, we're spending money inefficiently. We're not getting a return for our spending. So I'm not arguing for or against taxes or debt or levies. I'm arguing for an improvement in the efficiency of our spending. So if you want to repair existing assets, repair the ones that are the most productive, that give you the fastest return.
Interesting, thank you. And if you've got more examples of that, that would be helpful. If you're particularly seized with some projects that you think make sense in terms of efficiency and repairing those first, if it's just a general statement, I think we're getting a lot of general statements in the report. So the more detail, I think, the better. If there's suggestions, if it's roads, community centers, community buildings, we don't have an LRFP for transit right now, renewed, and for climate change. Both of those are still left to do. But if you've got more details about how you can assist council, or the FCA has suggestions on what council should do from here forward, obviously people want to get efficiency. That makes a lot of sense. But what specifically does that mean? What, if you could go into more detail so that there's an understanding of what you mean?
I just don't think the report diagnoses the problem that we're facing. That's all I can say. I don't want to cherry pick one community over another. I just don't think the report diagnoses the problem.
Right. No, I think that's fair. It kind of leaves it up to future councils at budget time, and we have these debates at budget time around tax increases versus maintaining, and that $229 million number that you brought out at the beginning of your delegation does stick with me, and I certainly highlighted in the report. So thank you for the delegation and being succinct.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Warren. Excellent delegation, and I fully agree, of course, that this report represents punting some really difficult decisions into the next term of council. But I want to make sure that I'm clear on my understanding of what you're proposing by way of introducing more efficient spending. I would oppose a definition of that says that we should be rationalizing a lot of our facilities and selling off many of our public assets, or that we should be building our new projects to reduced standards with reduced environmental mitigations, or with reduced traffic calming measures, or reduced pedestrian and active transportation enhancements. Are those the kinds of efficiencies that the FCA is suggesting we should be looking at?
No, I'm talking about the efficiency of our capital spending and even our capital repair spending. We're spending on things that don't support the taxes. This is called a tax-supported long-range financial plan. If you're not getting the taxes to support those things that you're repairing or building, then it's a contradiction in terms.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Has the FCA talked about an infrastructure levy at all?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So Warren, in the FCA letter, I love that you talked about how the fact, and you talked about your delegation here, that the report is not diagnosing the disease, and you're trying to make the point here, and I'll read the line. Perhaps it's caused by asset investments we have made, consistently returning less than it costs to maintain them. You're talking about infrastructure investments where we do not get a return on that investment. So let's just talk about roads, because you were saying there's an irony that we are calling this the tax-supported plan, and yet we're talking about investments that don't generate tax. And I'm not sure if you are talking specifically about roads, but is an example of the gap, the problem, the disease you're trying to identify, it is an example of that when we build roads where there's a massive space of nothing in between one densely populated area and another densely populated area, where there's nothing generating more tax revenue within those two things. Is that an example of what you're talking about, of investments that don't generate proper return?
Well, roads are actually among the highest. I mean, my previous job was working on development projects overseas, so I'm not familiar with Ottawa. But the highest return investments are usually education, health, and transportation. Transit, in our case, I think would be a better return on your investment. But roads also have a very high return on investment because the accessibility is increased opportunity for people, jobs, entertainment, which also has job spin-offs, recreation, which has job spin-offs. So transportation isn't a low return on investment at all. But all I'm saying is that the return may not be directly from the road. The road doesn't pay tax, but the people who use the road do.
Or the people who live on that road. I guess the point I'm trying to make is, one question I'm going to be raising later is that we're making this decision here in advance of concluding the growth management strategy, where we're going to be making big land use decisions of where we place people, where we place businesses in the city. And there often are implications. When you build a road that doesn't have density on it, you are not thereby placing more tax generation on that road.
Correct.
Thank you very much. That was the point I was trying to get from you there, that's not return, that's not as high return on investment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Warren. I got it. I really enjoyed your delegation and the report. I think it kind of speaks to where a lot of us are thinking is, we have some challenges ahead. We're in a recession, a technical recession. There's going to be a lot of choices to be made. And it sounds like FCA is saying you got to prioritize what the critical needs are. That's what I'm kind of hearing here today. I know a lot of people are trying to make you say other things, but in a nutshell, that kind of sounds like what you're saying.
I think I'm saying that the choices are now. They're not ahead of us. It's right today.
Yep. Yep, great. No, I just wanted to acknowledge this was a great report. There's many highlights in here that I'll take back questions to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Always nice to see you, Warren, and thank you for your analysis as always. So the FCA represents many different neighborhoods from many different sort of geographies. When you were reading the report, did you see any sort of transect-based implications or neighborhood-based implications for how we were organizing our thinking around our investments?
It doesn't strike me that the report got into that. There are going to be geographical ramifications to this, but as previous delegates have mentioned, that depends on who are the lucky communities that get their assets renewed and who doesn't. That isn't spoken to in the report, and it hasn't. I didn't do the analysis by any means.
Okay, thank you. I'll certainly be asking staff to comment as to whether they did that analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next is Barbara Daniela Gandolfo.
Hello.
Good morning.
Morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Worship and members of Council. My name is Barbara Daniela Gandolfo, and I'm a resident and candidate for Ward 1, Orleans, East Cumberland. I'm here today because I am deeply concerned about the future of R.J. Kennedy Center and Arena, which is the lifeline to the rural community of Cumberland Village in Ward 1. Like so many community centers and arenas, R.J. Kennedy is a central meeting place and cornerstone for community engagement. It's a place where seniors connect. It's an athletic arena in the spring and summer months, and an ice rink in the fall and winter months. It's a community hall for pop-up markets, social events, and has been home to the Cumberland Farmers Market for the last 17 years. R.J. Kennedy Center is also a lifeline during times of crisis, where local residents whose private wells have been affected can access potable water during periods of drought. For all the value that it brings to our local community, R.J. Kennedy is an aging facility, dilapidated, limited by its small kitchen, outdated appliances, and groundwater well system. It appears on a list of 25 selected community arenas approaching end of life. The facility is rated in fair condition. The replacement cost is over $20 million, with a current budget set aside of less than $2 million. This data was shared through the City of Ottawa by request, but does not appear in the report presented today. What has been shared is that the city has an inventory of over 130 facilities with an equivalent CRV of over $500 million that will reach or exceed theoretical end of life by 2035. There are 99 facilities currently rated in fair or lower condition, only 40 of which may demonstrate sufficient merit to justify a full replacement. According to the report, with current market conditions and modern design requirements, it is not even feasible to replace all 40. The report also states that it is important to recognize that the financial burden of maintaining facilities dedicated to only one service has become unsustainable. Reading this set off alarm bells for me about the future of R.J. Kennedy Center and other community halls and arenas like it. As an aging facility rated in fair condition by the city and approaching its theoretical end of life, does the R.J. Kennedy Center demonstrate the sufficient merit to justify full replacement, or will it be deemed unsustainable? In this report, the city does not identify what assets are affected and which centers and arenas will be closed when they reach end of life. In order for councillors and members of the public to be able to make informed decisions on this issue, I strongly urge the Finance and Corporate Services Committee to advise that staff prepare a more transparent document before this proposal moves from committee to council. Local community halls and arenas are an essential public good. These spaces are community lifelines, and their return on investment is manifold for generations. Reducing these lifelines to disposable assets is moving our quality of life at the local level in the wrong direction. The data provided by the City of Ottawa upon request included details for 25 specific facilities approaching end of life, with a combined CRV total of $500 million and a budget set aside of only $37 million. These numbers may have shifted slightly in the last several years, but the likelihood of full replacement for these facilities has not. It is difficult not to draw a through line, between the uncertain future of these 25 facilities and the $483 million replacement cost for Lansdowne 2.0, one single asset that comes at the expense of communities across the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Alex Cullen.
Good.
Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you, fellow councillors. I shouldn't say fellow councillors. I'm here today to talk about a topic that has been very familiar to me and to you. I've been here before talking about our aging infrastructure and the impact on communities. And I've reviewed the report. It's not an easy report to review, as all of you know. However, there are some messages that stand out. One is that we have a problem. I think everyone understands that we have a problem. We don't need to point fingers. We don't need to look back at history, but it cannot be kicked further down the road. It has to be dealt with. Our community infrastructure, our physical infrastructure requires that this be paid attention to. Having said that, the report proposes strategies that will disturb many people. First instance is how it redefines the problem by putting it as a second priority, items such as service enhancements that we take for granted and facility replacement. Those are not the first priorities. The first priorities will be renewal, growth, and regulatory. So this will create a two-tier system within our city because we have facilities that meet all the requirements out there now, but as facilities get replaced, they will not have all those items, and so therefore, two levels of service. Is this the city we want? I don't think so. The second element is how to deal with the cost, and the suggestion that there will be cost savings from facility rationalization and facility disposal. Well, this is all going to occur mostly within the Greenbelt. That's where the aging facilities are. And that's, quite frankly, where the land value is. But that's also where this city intends to intensify. More people are going to be within the Greenbelt, needing these facilities. We don't need less, we need more facilities. We have the growth, but we also have intensification inside our boundaries. We also have the issue of adjustment to service levels. So I think it was Councillor Turney who talked about the impact of transportation in facility in this infrastructure business. So what service levels could we think of? He mentioned line painting. He mentioned street sweeping. Did we mention snow clearing? These are service levels. Good luck talking to people in your community about the choices we have in order to deal with infrastructure, to keep your community center, to keep your rink, to keep your facilities in place, and service levels that would decline. Never mind losing your facility, but your service levels will be on the block. Now, these are all discussions that are going to be had by next council. Well, I think you're going to be having these discussions at the doorstep this fall for those of you who are running. Not everyone's running, but most of you are. And so the question comes, how are you going to pay for this? Are you going to accept the staff recommendation to put water in your wine in terms of infrastructure, to have less than what we've had before, to reduce service levels? Or are you going to be upfront and say, well, it's going to cost this much money, and we'll have a dedicated infrastructure levy to pay for it? Some of us did that in 2008, 2009. And we got a little ahead of the game, not fully, but a little ahead of the game. I would suggest to you that this is a good debate to have at the door, to ask your citizen there, your taxpayer there, well, are you willing to accept less in our city? Or are you willing to pay a bit more to keep what you have and accommodate growth, accommodate renewal? And I would say to you, I would like to be there to hear that conversation. I know my stand on this, but I'm not running for office. But most of you are. This is an important issue. You have to be upfront. You've heard the other delegations. It's straightforward. You cannot deal with this and just kick it down the road. You cannot sweep it under the rug. It's been done too many times with tax increases that didn't address this issue. So that's my delegation, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Cullen. So it sounds to me like you have taken sort of a geographical lens to the implications of the report. Would you care to expand on what you see happening for some of our inside the Greenbelt areas?
That's right. So I have to say the previous delegation talked about a facility that was aging outside of the Greenbelt, but we know that the bulk of the facilities that are aging in our city are inside the Greenbelt. As a matter of fact, if you think of and I come to this from looking at Belltown Dome because I'm president of that community association, but we have some 36 arenas, 25 of which have single pads. Your policy is if you're going to replace one, it's got to be 2 pads. Oh, you couldn't do that at Belltown. Too bad. It's too sad. But what happens to those aging facilities inside the Greenbelt that when it comes time to replace them, what are you going to do? Where are you going to get that money for that? So you take Pinecrest Recreation Complex, single pad, swimming pool, some other facilities, and it's over 40 years old. J.F. Duluth was built in 1980. I was there, thanks to CBC, to point out a facility that's over 40 years old. Your staff report talks about 133 facilities that are in 10 years going to hit the theoretical end of their lifespan, and you can't afford to do 40. Nonsense, you can't afford to do 40. You have the ability and the responsibility to set the levy to meet needs. I'm reminded of how we got piped water in this city. Believe it or not, it is for infrastructure, okay? Before somebody jumps on it, it's infrastructure. So at the time, there was no piped water in the city and people were dying of typhus because their ground wells were being poisoned by typhus and typhoid. And at the time, council said, well, we can't afford to do it. And the doctors came forward and said, well, you must. Children are dying, families are dying. And eventually, they raised the taxes and paid for the system, which benefited all of us since. It's straight for you. If you want to maintain the quality of life in the city, if you want to improve the quality of life, they're talking about dropping service improvements, new technology to deliver service. Oh no, that's secondary now. We can't afford it. Nonsense. If it's important, if it's useful, just be upfront with your electorate. Lord knows, I may be one of the few people around that actually ran on a tax increase and got elected because I said, it will pay for these services. The election is here. I'm sorry, Councillor Attorney, but the election is here. All of you are candidates. You're going to be asked, how are we going to pay for this? And I would say to you, an infrastructure levy is a damn good idea. Hopefully that helped.
Right. So certainly I am very interested in the inside the Greenbelt implications. I think when you describe the tension around, a higher land value, that will be compelling for the City of Ottawa, who has targets for disposal that they are interested in meeting for a variety of reasons. I think we also have an interesting tension that I look forward to exploring in the service enhancements category, whereby, I can't get a pathway repaved because it doesn't meet the current standards. So I'm actually in an older neighborhood in a bit of a freeze when it comes to infrastructure renewal even now. So do we shift the accessibility standard so that I can at least access renewal funds. I don't know if that's a bad idea, but then also what is the long-term implication for those kinds of decisions? So I think there's a tension there worthy of exploring for service enhancements in older neighborhoods that I'm really looking forward to drilling down on today. So thanks for the geographic implications, Mr. Cullen.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Cullen, for your delegation. How did the public respond to the levy in 2008?
So we did it in 2008, and it passed the budget. And there was a modified levy in 2009, and that passed the budget. We had an election in 2010, which a number of issues were at play, including the OC Transpo strike of regrettable memory. Many people were reelected, some were not. You can't place how people succeeded or not on the basis of the levy. It was a controversial time. But I would tell you, though, that the beneficiaries was the city because we were able to catch up some. But in the more than a decade from that time, this problem has been allowed to fester, to grow, because councils of the day modified their tax demand on the population within, around inflation or thereabouts. And this problem now lands here. So I would say to you, if you want to do the political calculus, my own history of saying, here is an issue, this is what it takes to pay for it, this is what I'm running on, it didn't stop me.
My question goes to how did council of the day frame the need for a levy? They must have identified capital projects the levy was going to address. Say, public, we realize any type of levy or tax increase is unpalatable to many, but this is a top critical priority. Here are the projects your money's going to go to. We're going to do this for X number of years. Was there a strong communications plan, and was there public buy-in at the end of the day?
Well, I think there was public buy-in at the end of the day. I don't think we sold it on the basis of this is going to fund these projects. We sold it on the basis of we have aging infrastructure. You can look at our roads, you look at our sewers, you look at our water mains, you look at our community centers, and this is what we need to begin to address the problem. And so, I think the best example to use is you own a house, you have a roof, your roof is aging, it's beginning to fall apart, it's time to replace the roof. And people aren't happy when they have to replace the roof, it costs them thousands of dollars. But they grumble and they dig in their pocket and they pay for that roof replacement because the alternative is not acceptable. So they do it. And I think that's how you need to frame it.
Okay, great. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thanks, Alex, for a great presentation, as always. I genuinely don't know when that levy was introduced. It was introduced as part of the budget cycle, I assume?
Yes. So we had the usual format of budget directions and then public consultation. The issue was aired that we have an infrastructure deficit problem that needs to be addressed. And some of us started talking about an infrastructure levy. So it didn't come in as a last minute motion during a budget debate. There was notice, discussion, opportunity, public consultation, and then finally the budget debate. So people could see it coming. There was no surprise.
I'm just wondering on what timeline that was. Currently, we do our budget directions in, I think, September, which is a very compressed timeline in which to introduce changes and describe what the drawbacks and benefits of those changes might be.
So I think we follow probably the same format. I'm going back to 2008. I can't tell you about the specific month, day, but I do know the notion of dealing with infrastructure at budget directions, staff were asked to tell us what kind of infrastructure deficit we're looking at. So that information was there. It was part of the package that went out for public consultation. So people knew, what the size of the problem that we had, and then ultimately how much the levy would deal with it. The levy did not cover all of it, but it certainly took out a chunk.
Okay, and that's interesting. I think the additional information at the beginning of the budget process and the more time we can give that is important. It's really hard to have challenging conversations with residents when we don't have a lot of time in which to have those conversations. And I think part of fixing all of this is going to be to fix a budget process that is broken. One of the elements that you didn't speak to, and that I haven't heard a lot from delegations, I'm just wondering if you have any color on it, is the strategy of pursuing more debt to get us to the point where we are bumping up against our self-imposed tax caps, with language in the report that speaks to reevaluating at some point whether our current self-imposed caps on borrowing are appropriate or not. That seems to be pretty significant. We have gone along with a very prudent level of borrowing. Staff are signaling to us that we may need to consider whether that level of prudency is the same as it was when we established them. Do you have any color or thoughts on the potential direction in which our tax caps may go?
Yeah. So the use of debt is to ensure that over the life cycle of the facility, that future taxpayers as well as current taxpayers are contributing towards the cost of that. You take debt, it has to be repaid, and it's repaid annually through the tax levy. And that's a very prudent approach. I think what staff are realizing is the magnitude of the problem. I mean, it's a large problem. It's to the point where they're saying they want to set priorities to minimize. I've already addressed that. I don't think that's the way to go. But using debt in companionship in developing these facilities is a sensible approach. It spreads the costs amongst future ratepayers as opposed to current ratepayers. There are limits. The provincially imposed limit is you can't avoid that. The kind of limits we have today, well, that doesn't suit the demand that's before us. So I think we'll have what staff are recommending needs to be considered. I think they're on the right path.
Okay, that's helpful. I don't have strong feelings on whether or not a different borrowing cap would be appropriate or not, but I did want to make sure that we are talking at least a little bit about that today, because we're gonna hit those caps.
Yes. So well, of course, we wouldn't have as much of a cap if we didn't do Lansdowne too. But the point is, they are for specific things, and yes, you don't want to have the debt absorb so much of your budget that you can't do the other things you need to do. So you need a cap. But I think the provincial cap is sufficient. It covers all the province, and our needs as an urban city, having allowed our infrastructure to deteriorate to this point, we're going to have to make the investment.
Okay. Alex, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Great, thank you, and thank you for your delegation today. I'm just trying to remember, during that 2008 cycle, and Rainer would love to say it was him, but both of you guys totally believed in the levy. That levy was dedicated for what specifically, and what was the amount? It was a flat rate, if I remember correctly.
So it generated 20 million. It's in the staff report. It generated 20 million, and it was focused on infrastructure. So if you want to know how much for each bucket, I can't tell you. I have to go back and look at the report. But it was a dedicated infrastructure levy. And as councillors around the table, we knew that if we just went a general tax levy, because you could do a general tax levy, people would say, well, you're spending it on all kinds of services and things. And we wanted something that people understood. The metaphor of a roof over your head, repairing that roof. So we said, this is a dedicated fund towards infrastructure. And that's how we sold it.
Right, and if memory serves, it was $50 or $100. It was a flat rate, though, correct? It wasn't scaled.
I can't remember.
Yeah, well, it was a flat rate, and
sure,
it was a line item that was, and I'll clarify with staff when we get to that point. and I believe it was dedicated to road resurfacing. There was a priority
No,
list.
it was more than road resurfacing. Oh my
Right.
Lord! More.
Well, if you remember that part now, that'd be great. What was it?
No, it was dedicated towards infrastructure. Roads take up a major chunk of that,
Right.
but there's also sewers, water, facilities. It was dedicated towards infrastructure. To suggest that it only be dedicated to roads, although roads are nearly half of what you're dealing with, and that begs the question about where your service reductions are going to go. But still, it's not the only place item in the city.
Yeah, and again, just to be expeditious here, because I think you've answered the question, I'll ask for clarification on what the amount was and what those things were back during the 2008 levy. Thanks very much.
I think the demand that's before you, though, certainly goes beyond roads. People use our facilities. I look at the 133 that are suggested reaching their end of life in 10 years, 40 of which you must do something about. Well, then you must do something about that. I don't think the community is going to accept that, oh, well, we can't afford to keep what we've been using for generations here in our community. This is what we pay taxes for. We expect taxes to be spent on maintaining the quality of life that we have. And that's the challenge that you folks are facing.
Yeah, thanks for your delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. Next is Carolyn McKenzie, who I believe is online.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Sutcliffe and committee members. I feel like I fear I'm going to be covering ground that's been covered by previous delegates. But in any case, I am also concerned that this LRFP amounts to a plan that is really managed decline of the infrastructure and services that residents depend on every day. And I'd like to focus on three concerns this morning. First is the lack of transparency, and I'll certainly echo the comments made about the accessibility of the report and how it's written itself. I don't see that council is being given a clear picture of what is not included in priority renewals or the real trade-offs involved if it chooses to fund only the minimum needed to maintain safety and basic functionality. Second, it's not clear to me what the city's vision is. This problem has been building for some time, that's clear. But while council has known about the scale of the infrastructure funding gap for, I'll say, at least 2 years and longer, only a brave few, I would say, have been engaging with the public on this issue, the reasons for it and possible paths forward. Third, debt service levels. And while I'll say that this report downplays how quickly the city is approaching its debt service limits, as debt servicing consumes more of the budget, future councils will have less flexibility to use debt for emerging and higher priority capital projects. So regarding transparency, staff have identified more than 130 facilities that will reach end of life by 2035, including 99 facilities already in poor condition. That list, as we know, was then narrowed to 40 priority facilities. But staff described those 40 facilities as a planning exercise and not an approved project list. And it's clear that that's not an approved project list. So while that may sound technically correct, how can the LRFP funding target be developed without first identifying, at least notionally, which specific assets and facilities are expected to make the renewal list, and by definition then, which won't? And that was in relation to a specific question posed to staff. What's on the list? What's on the notional list? Not an approved list. What's on the notional list and what's not? Without that information, I don't see how council can fully understand how today's decisions or next week's decisions will affect service levels or even facility closures in neighborhoods across the city. Council is being asked to make major financial decisions without a meaningful understanding of real world consequences. So what facilities are likely to become the next Belltown Dome, as Alex has referred to? And will sidewalks continue to be patched with asphalt rather than rebuilt? Will accessibility improvements and traffic calming projects remain unfunded, as the LRFP suggests? If so, don't residents deserve to know the trade-off they're making when they support predetermined tax increases? Don't they deserve to know that this plan is unlikely to address many of these needs? It won't be sufficient for councillors to say later, we didn't know that that road or that facility would be left behind. Council has the opportunity today to request that information clearly and directly, and it should do so. So second, going back to the city's vision, it seems to be about keeping taxes low, spending the minimum to renew core infrastructure compared to the size of the gap, while spending huge sums on projects and staff time and resources like Lansdowne 2.0. While it's legitimate, certainly, to be fighting for a better deal with senior levels of government to help out, is this not a highly risky plan if it depends on them coming to our financial rescue? The consequence thus far is an increasing financial hole, continued deterioration of roads, facilities, sidewalks, and other infrastructure. What's needed, I think, is a solid and honest understanding and discussion of what got us here, including unsustainable growth and investment patterns, and then a plan for what is needed to right-size the ship in future. If we fail to do that, we just pass on the problem to the next generation. Regarding debt service levels, city policy sets a maximum combined tax and rate supported debt service ratio of 8.5%. Just 1 year ago, the rate LRFP advised that the city would remain below that threshold. Yet this LRFP shows the city effectively reaching that limit by 2030, certainly by 2031. Staff say that tax-supported debt service should only exceed its target by 2035. While technically true, it's also true that the city will already be operating close to that debt limit by 2031. The issue is not about a threshold on either side of the limit by a very small amount. The concern is that Ottawa is rapidly consuming its debt capacity and reducing the flexibility of future councils to respond to emerging priorities or capital needs. So in closing, I hope the council has the vision and courage to recognize that the current plan is too little, already somewhat late, and insufficient to change the long-term trajectory of the assets and services that residents rely on every day.
Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thanks, Carolyn, for your presentation and summing up. I think both what others have said and adding some other new information. You mentioned debt as a factor. Obviously, that's gone from about 400 million to the multi-billions now. I wonder what's part of the solution here. What do you think council should be doing? We have this report in front of us, of course, here, but what would you suggest as a solution?
Yeah, that's obviously the big question, and there are multiple aspects to that. I think, first of all, we have to have an open and transparent and honest discussion about what the problem really is. Where we are today, we can't change the path that we've taken to get to this point, but I think it is to the extent that that informs future decisions. I think, of course, that is very important. I mentioned development patterns. We are, and I think Councillor Leeper, I think you referred to the upcoming discussion about growth management and the decisions that will be taken and which of 5 scenarios that are currently being evaluated that the city will follow. I think we have to have a very clear understanding of the financial sustainability of those development patterns and how that will affect the overall finances of the city. So that's, I mean, talking about development patterns. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to go into a big discussion about Lansdowne today, but there was also a lot of talk just now about which I would say alluded to the political challenge of bringing forward an infrastructure levy. And I'm not a politician and I'm not running for anything ever, but it seems to me that this discussion is something that should have happened a couple of years ago. I understand it's probably politically much easier to have introduced the idea and start seeding and socializing the idea of the problem that we face and a potential solution as an infrastructure levy much earlier in this term of council. And it's now that we're just a few months away from an election with little time to talk about it. And I can see the nervous faces around council as we start to have this discussion right now.
Yeah, certainly has been some time coming, and there are still other LRFPs to come, which will further inform future decisions. I wonder your take on the comment from the FCA around the efficiency of assets. And I know we didn't get into too many details, but every time we do expand the urban boundary, there is a massive amount of growth funding that has to occur. Growth is not paying for growth in the city of Ottawa. New roads that are created or widened highly inefficient financial outcome when we do those things. Every single time we're funding large projects, particularly public-private partnerships, the legal risk and other risks are not taken into account. We're spending huge sums of money on legal consequences as a result of our decisions. On the efficiency of spending the basic core services, I suspect you also would agree that we need a shift in focus on those assets that, of course, are more efficient, that bring in high quality of life, that are lower cost, rather than these mega projects, these pieces that are putting more and more pressure on tax increases and more debt that's being saddled in the city.
Yeah, and again, and not to belabor the Lansdowne discussion, but I think at the time there was an economic impact study that was done, but compared it to no other options, just simply talked about the economic impacts and benefits of Lansdowne. And, you know, we are still in a significant transit crisis, and to the extent that Lansdowne will bring benefits, and I'm sure it will, just as one example, of a clear comparison to, say, transit, and what investing in transit and what the benefits might be of investing more in transit rather than something like Lansdowne 2.0. But moving away from that, again, speaking to development patterns and looking forward to the growth management discussion, I guess, and I've used the analogy I think before of where you have, if the city was effectively a factory, and we were running on, 50% capacity producing widgets, and we got a new order, would the decision be to build a new factory, or would it be to do our best to use the existing capacity, the investment, the existing investment in the current capacity to meet the needs for the new order? And I guess that I see that analogy as one, you wouldn't do it. And maybe that means you need to make some investments in the existing factory for improvements or adjustments to the specific thing that you're trying to build, but you wouldn't build a whole new factory. And that analogy, I think, is that would be analogous to expanding the urban boundary and sending the pipes and the roads and everything else out. And I think all you need to do is look at, and we talked about how roads do drive economic benefit, but they also are very, if you don't have the density as well as that goes along with the roads, you don't get that benefit. And all you need to do is to look at the number of households in each by transect and the lane kilometers of roads in those transects. And what we spend on roads and the tax base that supports it is much less, obviously, when you don't have the density. And so when you shoot roads out, you continue the roads out. I feel like I'm covering ground that hopefully everyone is well aware of.
Well, sometimes it needs to be repeated around here. So thank you very much, Carolyn, for coming out, and appreciate the delegation and your attention to this file over the years. I know you've put a lot of work into this, and thank you for what you've done. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Aaron Coffin. Good morning. Oh, if you could just turn the mic on in front of you, that would be great. There you go.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. Best for last. No, I'm joking. My name is Erin Coffin, and I am here today to talk about how my fellow neighbors in Canada South, which is Ward 23, are feeling about infrastructure and how I'm feeling about infrastructure. And I feel confident to speak about it from a Canada South point of view because I live there. You've already heard from lawyers, you've already heard from economists. I don't know how much more I can add to it. I mean, there's really great information, and as you probably already know, a beer with Warren is quite eye-opening and very interesting. So always recommend that. But this report is very administrative. as a senior advisor of policy in the government, I find that document very hard to read. I find it very hard to process, and it would be my job if I had that document to simplify it and point out the key points, what the issue is, what are the considerations, good and bad, what are the risks, and what's in it for me, or how does this affect me? So I understand you today, you are considering the closure of completed capital projects, the return of reserve funding, the deferring of other capital projects, and reallocating that money to infrastructure dollars moving forward, or infrastructure projects. And for residents, this is a really important thing, because as funds are allocated, this is basically showing them how council and the city is ensuring that infrastructure investment keeps pace with the realities of what we live with and what we need in our communities, or hopefully it's living with that, keeping up with that pace. Because Canada South, while yes, very well established, it still continues to grow. And we also are kind of the gateway for other communities like Stittsville, that is completely growing all the time. We're seeing a lot of pressures on our roads, on our pathways, our parks, our recreation infrastructure, our water systems, clean and wastewater, and obviously our transit and transportation networks. As residents, we're watching a lot of intensification happening all around us. The city's 2025 asset management plan identified a projected infrastructure funding gap of $10.8 billion. That's a lot. And the long-range financial plans, the infrastructure master plan and the transportation master plan, all recognize that growth communities will continue to be facing increasing infrastructure pressures as Ottawa expands. So when we see projects closing under budget or just not happening right now, we want to know what this means for our community going forward. Will the long-term infrastructure needs be accelerated or deferred? Will we see reinvestment? How will council decide? Because really for us, it's not just a concept or a list of things and items in a line for a budget. Our pathways we need to use, and we hope they get repaired before they deteriorate to basically crumbling and unwalkable. The traffic congestion, is it going to get worse and worse? Are our parks and recreation buildings going to be able to support the population growth in our communities or the changes of our communities and their needs? Can our water systems, wastewater and clean water systems, handle the major rainfall events and the needs of our growing communities? Are we really being considered for planning, or is the city simply managing the status quo as we continue to grow? I recognize that capital planning is complicated. I recognize that council and this committee have to balance affordability, reserves, debt authorities, and limits, and also citywide priorities. But residents also need to feel confident that that long-term planning is not just coming quietly long-term delay. Canada South and other communities, we continuously absorb new development while critical infrastructure investments lag behind the pace of growth. I am running out of time, so basically the bottom line is we need to know what's going on. We need to know how you explain it, and I think communities like Canada South deserve to feel confident that infrastructure planning will keep pace with our community and the needs of our families that are building their lives in those communities in Ottawa. I think that's all I'm going to say for now.
Okay. Thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you.
Oh, no questions.
Okay, those are all the delegations. So there were 2 written submissions. There are a couple of directions, so maybe we'll introduce those now. Vice Chair Kitts, if you'd like to introduce your direction, please.
Sure, thank you. That staff be directed to review the Transportation Master Plan road capacity projects identified in Document 2 and report back by no later than the end of Q3 2026 with a prioritized ranking list based on existing congestion, roadway capacity constraints, approved greenfield development, projected population growth, and network connectivity, including recommendations on which specific projects may be suitable for acceleration through the Agile Capital Budgeting Pilot and ongoing transportation infrastructure delivery and procurement reforms already approved by Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. I have a direction as well. Sorry, before I go any further, are staff okay with that direction? Yes? Okay, thank you. Given the recent federal provincial announcement on the program design for the Development Charges Reduction Program, staff be directed to design, subject to council approval, a proposal to the province that emphasizes the leadership that Ottawa has demonstrated on housing in recent years, including the significant restraint that Ottawa has exercised by keeping development charges lower than peer municipalities, engages with industry partners to ensure that to the extent reasonably possible, the cost savings associated with DC reductions are passed along to home buyers, seeks to obtain the maximum federal provincial investment possible from the program, ensures to the extent reasonably possible that growth continues to pay for growth, maximizes the potential housing benefit unlocked through that funding, and finally leverages this opportunity to help further expedite the upload of the LRT. Staff okay with that direction?
Sorry, Mary, if you can just give us a chance to digest that one.
Pardon?
Can you just give us a chance to digest that one?
Sure.
Can it be put on screen, please?
It can also be circulated, and it can be part of the discussion we have going forward if you want, as we continue to discuss this item. So I can give you a copy.
Thanks. Yeah, maybe it could be circulated before asking to take it as direction.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll open it up for questions and comments. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much. I suppose I'll direct my first question to Dan Chania, given some of the commentary that we heard today. We've made significant investments in the R.J. Kennedy Memorial Centre over the last 4 years, including new appliances and significant work on ensuring continued longevity of this busy facility with replacements and upgrades on the cooling tower, roof replacement, mechanical assets. Is there any real risk that Cumberland Villages loses the R.J. Kennedy Arena and Community Centre?
Mr. Mayor, the R.J. Kennedy Arena is 50 years old this year, so it's celebrating its 50th birthday. It's a 70-year lifespan building, so it still has a lot of life in it. Its condition is considered fair. As Councillor Luloff has mentioned, there's been successive investments in maintaining the building. There is currently on the books in design stage now, but to be implemented in 2027, a roof replacement for the building. So significant investment continues to go into it. Council might remember, at least those of you that were here pre-pandemic, we had looked at city arenas and standalone arenas, and one of the commitments after discussing with all members of council was that even though there would be a focus in the future on double pads, and I know that was mentioned earlier, there was also an emphasis that for standalone arenas that were community hubs in primarily outside the Greenbelt, places like R.J. Kennedy and the Richmond Arena, those types of places where a community hall and an arena was really the core of the community, that the approach would be to maintain those as going into the future with investments to keep them operational.
Thanks. Cyril, staff have identified a $10.8 billion infrastructure funding gap over 10 years, including a $3.8 billion gap for tax-supported asset renewal. At the same time, the province has committed to assume responsibility for Highway 174 and has indicated a greater role in transit funding and ownership at the same time. Toronto is sitting at an $18 billion infrastructure funding gap, down from $26 billion following provincial uploads of the Gardiner Expressway and other transit assets. Has staff quantified the financial benefit of these uploads and how much they could reduce Ottawa's long-term infrastructure funding gap if those savings are fully reinvested into municipal infrastructure priorities?
Mr. Mayor, the main one there being the LRT upload, that would be a substantial improvement in our financials. I've talked about this a lot, and we've had several presentations That is our biggest financial burden. That upload is key and core to our plan going forward. So absolutely, that's it's over a $7 billion asset that we want to make sure we get the diligence through to get that uploaded done.
If I can add the debt servicing projections too, to getting 7.8%, with the upload, it'd actually be 6.6%. So it reduces the tax debt servicing pressure too.
If the province assumes responsibility for Highway 174 and if transit uploads reduce future municipal obligations, would staff support establishing a principle that those savings be reinvested directly into municipal infrastructure renewal and growth projects rather than absorbed into other budget pressures?
Mr. Mayor, yes, but these are core pressures today. So those pressures now go away. So it does free up the capacity for core investments that's left in our infrastructure.
Excellent. The report acknowledges that growth-related transportation projects have lagged behind growth, especially in rapidly growing communities, something that my colleagues and I have been harping on for years. Can staff identify the most significant transportation projects currently delayed due to funding constraints and explain how this plan changes the outlook for those projects over the next decade?
Mr. Mayor, I'll start off. I'm not sure if Marcia want to add. A good example would be if you refer to the 2026 budget book in the PWIC committee and you go to the growth section of our 4-year capital plan, you're going to see a number of projects there. There's Carp Roads there, Brian Colburn, there's a couple of Brian Colburns, Green Bank, maybe another one. And you're going to see big dollars of value or big budget numbers in 26, 27, 28, and 29. So today the process, we try and build up. And then once we get the enough money there, then we execute. This will now allow us to proceed. So if they're shovel ready or if they're at a different stage, this will give the CFO the authority to advance or go ahead with the green light from a procurement perspective, because these are budgets. So we budget on authority, but the spending will occur over multiple years. So we need to build up our budget so the full budget is there, then the spending occurs. So this approach will allow us, if it's ready, let's go within the 4-year window, and then we'll revisit the 10-year view each budget cycle.
So how will council be able to measure whether the proposed agile budgeting pilot is actually accelerating project delivery rather than simply shifting delays from one community to another?
Through the chair, I might try to answer that. I think what you're going to see is that we would have more early studies done. Right now, there's only so much that can be done in a given budget year, and since we're holding money for the full construction, it limits our ability to start something new. This would allow the finance director to help us move money around and allow for those projects to get started. That's incredibly important when we start to look at provincial and federal money. They're only interested in shovel-ready projects, and if we haven't done the design work, we're ineligible. And even when we do apply, it is a very long time before they respond with whether or not we are favorable and whether or not that's going to go forward. So we have a number of projects that we apply for funding. We hold the money that would be our portion of that money in the budget on the assumption that we need to be ready should they suddenly give us the money. And this would allow us to more nimbly be moving in multiple directions, taking advantage of multiple opportunities and not closing any doors that would allow us better access to upper level government funding.
Thanks, Marcia. So beyond the overall funding numbers, what mechanisms within this plan ensure that growth areas receive their fair share of transportation, recreation, library, and community facility investments as funding becomes available?
So, Mr. Mayor, it's still driven by the TMP. So the TMP is the driver behind this, and now with the direction from Councillor Kitts, that will allow us to come back and provide a little bit more insight based on the conditions that's outlined in that direction.
I mean, not just transportation, though. I mean, like other assets as well.
This agile approach is exclusively for roads. Yeah.
Okay. Can staff provide examples of projects that would realistically move forward sooner under this plan in high growth communities compared to the status quo? Or is it like Brian Coburn, Green Bank, and the ones that you mentioned before? Okay,
yeah,
terribly. So this plan ultimately requires a 53% increase in tax-supported capital funding by 2035. Before asking property taxpayers to shoulder more of that burden, what additional opportunities are staff pursuing right now with the provincial and federal governments to fund infrastructure that supports growth and regional transportation needs?
Mr. Mayor, I think the biggest one for me, to be repetitive throughout today and until we get it done, is the upload, right? The LRT upload is core. It's what we need to get done from our overall city financials. We're always looking at any funding program that's out there. So whenever there's a program announced, we want to be part of that. We want to make sure we take the opportunity to get those funding dollars coming in faster. And those were to be the two core things that we'll be looking at.
Okay, given recent further announcements and indicators in some of these discussions that you've been having, how much of the current funding gap could realistically be addressed? And I'm not going to hold you to a number, but maybe give me a range. Could realistically be addressed through increased participation from other orders of government versus municipal taxation and debt?
Mr. Mayor, it's kind of a broad question. I mean, one of the things that we highlighted in this report, and this is why it took a little longer to get this report through, is when we look at our spending. So we talked about our spending, the thresholds of renewal being at 80%, which is a good number, 58% on growth. If I'll throw in another metric that we look at as well, is if you look at the Q1 documentation that's before you today in an earlier report, our WIPs today at about 4.9 billion. 3 years ago, our WIPs were around 3 billion. So really, all those things are factors that, what I mean by all that, we've been investing more, as we said, but the spending side of the equation hasn't necessarily been kept up with that capacity to invest more. That's why this is a 10-year funding plan, but it's a 2-year plan to come back with some of those innovative ways of doing budgeting different, like the agile approach, report back in 2028. And ideally, I want to see those spending numbers come up. Then we'll start investing more, because if we're going to invest just to leave it there, it doesn't really give a lot of value to the project delivery. Now, I will say in terms of, context, from a liquidity perspective, our credit agencies do look at our WIPs as another, a good thing, right? So we do have dollars sitting there, which means we're very liquid. It was a very good tool during the pandemic. Does it need to be as high as it is? Probably not. So that's why we're trying to use that approach, make sure we can get the capacity to deliver and spend up as well as we invest more.
Is availability of labor one of the stumbling blocks to being able to get those real spend dollars up? Like, just given that we have so many massive projects happening in the National Capital Region at this time, with Parliament, with Otisauke, and with future large projects.
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to go too far out of my lane, but yes, it is. When I talk about the macroeconomics that I briefed a little bit, and what I've been briefing to committee and council throughout this term, the labor force is an issue, and maybe Tammy, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we can confirm that Ottawa is an incredibly busy construction market right now. So obviously, year by year that might change, but currently it is quite competitive in the sense that there's a smaller pool that's all being competed for the same resources. Part of our conversations that we'll have with the industry moving forward as well is to understand what is that capacity within the local framework without significantly increasing budgets related to people resources. So those are conversations that we want to have and understand what is that capacity and how can we build that more into the process.
Are we seeing the scarcity of that drive, like overall globally, driving up the cost of infrastructure projects over the course of the last few years?
Mr. Mayor, what we've seen is actually a variety of different things. So currently we are getting our resurfacing tenders back in. And right now there is a lull in residential construction. So actually what we're seeing is favorable tenders coming in on those types of contracts. Some of our facilities, so it does ebb and flow, but it is very much market driven.
I really appreciate that background. This plan would increase annual tax-supported capital funding from approximately 331 million today to roughly 575 million by 2035. At the end of this 10-year period, will Ottawa's infrastructure deficit actually be smaller than it is today, or are we simply slowing the rate at which the backlog continues to grow?
So what's different with this LRP versus the 2017 LRP? There was a backlog that was being built up, and in this one, we purposely identified what that backlog is to make sure that we cover the entire need over the 10-year period.
That is interesting. What are the key performance indicators Council should monitor annually to determine whether the strategy is succeeding or whether further adjustments would be required as we move forward?
Mr. Mayor, for me, I would say that the key one for me, when we're back here in 2028 with a revised, I'll call it a recalibrated plan, I want to see those spending numbers up. I really want to see it. Renewal is at pretty good at 80%. That's a pretty good number because the reality is renewal projects typically take 2, maybe 3 years. So that's not a bad number. I would like to squeeze up a little bit more, but I really would like to see the advancement on the growth spending. That's where I would like to see the change.
Thank you. I see that every other member of council would like to ask some questions, so I'll cede the floor now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Do staff support an infrastructure levy of some sort for the city, as in the past has been supported by staff and council?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think that's a position that staff would support or not support. That's not a fair question, I don't think. The reality is we laid out a funding plan. We know that we have a good plan for the next 2 years. There will require significant more investments in 2029 timeframe, as we highlighted, in the tune of 29 plus million. So those will have to come from various revenue sources. So if the committee and council, if that's their will, that's what they will follow those directions. The key is for me is the spending. I think the spending in terms of where we're at, and that's why we're intentional on the 2-year, committed to come back and recalibrate.
Thank you for that. And I mean, that's the concern, I guess, is in that 2-year time, and when we're coming back to see this, if we're not meeting those targets, that spending's not there to meet the demand to service aging infrastructure. I'm not trying to be unfair in any way. I think it's okay to talk about these sorts of things. Just the solution at that time will have to be something else. What if we're not meeting our targets, right? And I think you're prefacing, okay, there's a couple of ways this can happen. There's the sale of assets, there is infrastructure levy, taxes outside of that levy, and there's other mechanisms as well, debt, etc. So it seems we're getting more and more in trouble in terms of maintaining our assets and our infrastructure as we move along. There's a lot more to maintain out there, and a lot of things coming to end of life because of the age of our city. Our debt has increased a lot. We've gone up from 400 million in 2007. What are we now? 3.8 billion, or?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, north of 3, but our valuation on assets are gone up extremely as well. So, for context.
As our assets go up, there's obviously context there for sure. I guess I'm concerned that we're not going to get out of the hole that we're in, and it's been built up over years. And I think we need more meat on the bones of the solution, of what those solutions can look like. And we need a strong staff team and a strong council, obviously, that is going to be able to meet the needs. At the end of the day, we're responsible for this stuff. Things like a levy or debt or tax increases, these things can't be boogeymen when we need to maintain the city. And I really worry that we're letting it go. I see the facilities that need renewal. That's a struggle. Things like tennis courts or basketball courts, road repair. And I see where we're going and what we're funding. We're funding big, massive projects right now, and the basics are where we really need to focus in the next little while, or we're going to get more and more into a hole, in my view. The growth is an issue. How much of this is related to funding growth? I guess to put it more succinctly, have staff analyzed what share of the LRFP capital funding gap is attributed to growth-related costs that are currently funded outside the development charge system?
Mr. Mayor, yes. So overall, from a growth perspective, the tax component is just around 5.7 million on an annual basis, so it's not a big number. Most of the roads, obviously, it's 100% or 95% DC driven. So the tax component is not a big component of that. On the facility side, it does vary quite a bit. It's quite a bit lower than that. And that's why the strategy is there in the report from a facilities perspective.
The Transit Long Range Financial Plan is not yet presented to Council, and the Climate Change Action Long Range Plan is yet to be presented. When are those anticipated? Just remind me of when they're supposed to come back.
Mr. Mayor, on the transit one, so we were back here in 2023, where we kind of gave a very gloom look at the transit RFP. The reality is not a whole lot has changed since then. We've certainly made some significant increases in terms of the 8% increase in the levy on the transit side, but there's still an issue, and the issue is really predicated on the LRT upload. So, we'll come back when we have better information in terms of what that upload looks like.
Okay. The report has identified $231 million for those 40 facilities that need to be replaced, but that's not enough, as I understand it from the report, that we need more if we were to theoretically replace full replacement of those facilities. So is the city planning on potentially decommissioning or selling off assets in the near future?
Mr. Mayor, that's part of the facilities rationalization plan that Dan, my colleague, is working on. And so those are things that will come forward to committee and council, obviously, before anything is actually, removed from the stock, if you will. There's been a couple that came forward this term of council in terms of properties that were no longer needed that we brought forward to committee. So that process will continue.
Right. And I mean, how will it be identified which community facilities or assets might close if they're reaching end of life or be sold off, decommissioned? What does that process actually look like?
Mr. Mayor, as part of the facility management audit, the departments have come together to create a facility management committee that oversees the review of building conditions and looks at things like the services these buildings are providing, the state of their condition, and makes recommendations in terms of this. And as Cyril mentioned, over the last 3 years, we have been able to identify certain facilities that were no longer providing critical service to the city, or where we could find an alternative to delivering that service. And that has been both beneficial in terms of reducing or eliminating ongoing operating costs, but more importantly, the capital investments that are required in terms of life cycle of these buildings and trying to maintain them. And so it is a beginning, and the process is well established to look at our inventory of facilities. Following what was recommended in the audit to really look at the data from facility condition to help guide the prioritization of this work.
Thank you for that. Back to the debt piece, how much new debt are we actually assuming in this plan? Is that $1.006 billion figure reported in the document the totality for new debt for tax-supported infrastructure renewal, or is there more that I'm missing in the report?
On average, we're adding 100 million annually in additional debt.
100 million in additional debt. Okay. So that 3.8 figure, whatever it is now, 3.7, 3.8 figure would go up by the $1 billion over 10 years.
And some debt retires through that period of time also.
And some debt retires. But we're anticipating a higher debt level in 10 years to somewhere around what? Even with the retirement of some debt. And the reason I ask while you're looking for the answer is just that as debt goes up, the servicing cost of debt goes up as well. And I understand that we have thresholds for how much debt we can take on given our operating budget, but the service level of debt is very, very high. Yes, it puts on cost to future generations that some we should be paying for now. Some will have long asset lives that makes sense. But in this case, we're really ramping up from that 400 million in 2007 to where we are today. And debt costs a lot of money in the operating budget. It's things we could spend on otherwise on operating dollars, but instead we're spending to service the debt. So sorry, do you have that figure in about 10 years of what it would be?
So not the total number, but we do track it as part of a percentage of overall revenue. That's how we understand whether or not it's affordable and sustainable.
Yes.
To compare to the 2017 LRFP, for example, and just the projections that we have now for 7.8% by the end of the 10-year plan, and then 10% combined with rate. Those are the worst case scenarios. That we're like being very ultra conservative when we talk about that. And to compare it to the 2017 LRFP, we had assumed a higher number. So in 2017, we estimated the rate would be increasing to 14.5% by 2025. It's actually 10.7. And then tax, we thought it would be at 6.1. We're actually 3.77. So every year, as part of the annual budget process, we manage this. We look at what we can afford, and we're managing it year over year. These are 10-year projections, worst case scenario, to understand the complexity of this, but we do manage it on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I'll cede the floor. I'll just say I do continue to have concerns that we're not doing enough on our infrastructure to maintain what we have, and the problem is getting worse and worse the longer we let it drag on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And I go to Tammy for a response. In the staff report in the presentation, and it's on slide 8, there's a category that talks about enhancements. And in that document, it says policy changes that have been added or that have added a premium cost. Can we have some more context on that enhancements line so we can better understand what decisions are being made at council that are escalating some of these costs?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we did the analysis to put the 2025 asset management plan reports together, one of the assessments that we did was to understand the category of service enhancements, and looking backwards with the projects that we've undertaken, what is that value or what is the percentage? So in the analysis, we looked at our renewal project budgets, which are things like transportation, resurfacing, as well as our integrated programs. And so those, as part of the council policies around active transportation or complete streets, those policies or the financial contribution came from the renewal budget itself. So there wasn't a separate budget item to fund those. And in overall, the assessment basically came to the conclusion that up to 25% of that renewal budget could be used for those service enhancements.
All right, thank you very much. And my understanding through a conversation with you last week, Tammy, is that the Office of the Auditor General is looking at how we fund a lot of our infrastructure. And I'm going to simplify it, what we must do, what we want to do, and what we are doing. Can you provide a little bit of context about that review?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Office of the Auditor General did highlight in her work plan that she was intending to start an audit in Q3 of this year for value for money for the infrastructure projects. So we have not had a kickoff meeting yet with the Auditor General's office, so we look forward to that. And of course, if there are any improvements that we can make to that process, to how we undertake these projects, if it leads to any cost savings, we would certainly welcome that.
Thank you very much. And I only raise that, colleagues, because I think it's important. Like we have the Auditor General who always does great work looking at this issue as well. I'm not thrilled that we're going to be taking on additional debt every year. And I think there are still opportunities that we can take as we look forward. Selling higher and higher tax increases, I think, is also challenging. Many residents don't believe the city is delivering on the programs and services that they need with 100% efficiency already. I'd also suggest that if we've been looking at facility rationalizations over the last few years through the Service Review Working Group, which has yielded significant savings, we've saved $250 million this term of council alone, and those funds have been reinvested into priorities. I also think there's an opportunity to look at the operations side of our budget to determine what we must do as a municipality opposed to what we have been doing. I think governments grow over time because successive councils always want to be something to everyone. And I think we're certainly getting to a point now where we can no longer afford to continue to spend on everybody's priorities, because if you have 1,000, you have none. So I'll be interested to see the recalibration that comes forward in the next 2 years. I certainly think there's still more opportunity to find savings in the budget that we can apply to the capital budget, but I do certainly appreciate the extensive work that has gone into the plan before us. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just looking at a couple of things. First of all, it was mentioned that the AG is going to look at some of the ways we do business. Is procurement one of those areas? Because I feel that is one of the issues I've always had. I notice we go out to market, we find lowest bid, and I don't think that's always the best way to go because at the end of the day, it ends up costing us more half the time. Is this an area that the AG might be looking at or will be part of the long-term planning?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think the OAG has actually scoped out where she's going to go yet, but I'm not aware of that, but I'm sure that might come up in discussions as she does her kind of process.
Wonderful, thank you. And as we know, times are getting a little tougher right now. When it comes to property taxes and property tax bills, I always get concerned because I hear more and more people are having difficulty making those payments. You know, $5,000–6,000, you can have a paid off house all you want. You still have to pay your property taxes. Are we getting any indicators at this point that there's any challenges, especially over the next, it looks like a couple of years, it's going to be more and more challenging?
Mr. Mayor, we are seeing an increase. We sent our final tax bills went out last week or 2 weeks ago, and we are seeing an increase in terms of individuals struggling to make their payments and needing a little bit more of a delay or deferral. So that increase is certainly something that we've noticed.
Okay, great. Well, not great. Yeah, not great. That's a bad thing. So obviously, I'll be advocating very heavily, and we've heard from some delegations that obviously across the country, a lot of people are feeling this, and we're looking for the non-sexy items. We're looking for the sewage and the water so we can build more housing. That's a lot of the federal government advocacy, and I know that Councillor Brockington is doing the same from the province. Some of the things that we do now that are tucked in that infrastructure bubble, I guess you can call it. It used to be, back in the day, it'd be okay. There was buckets for everything. You'd have one for road resurfacing, for example. You'd have one, but over time, there's been more priorities of future councils to add items on. Fair enough. We've always used the idea it's cheaper to do it at the same time. But that's not always the case. And I'm going to cite, for example, I'm looking at the asset management plans when it comes to Bank Street project, for example. The budget was $87 million. And then, of course, you start throwing in additional items and cost overruns. Suddenly, that's now the additional items are about 21% of the total budget. Are you noticing a trend where a project based on city policy that wants to add more on, which sounds great, is contributing to a lot of the estimations that are not correct? Or do we have to adjust to be more finite in what we want? For example, this will be road resurfacing. Yes, we have to do some sewage lines. That might be cheaper, but now we're throwing in extra enhancements based on a policy within the city. Is this creating added pressure?
Mr. Mayor, perhaps I can start the answer, and if other colleagues want to jump in. You mentioned the estimation of project budgets. So as part of the coordination of a renewal project that we would put together, so part of the coordination that we do is talking to our colleagues across the city to understand what plans they have coming up that would be good value for money in terms of bundling and doing at the same time. So examples of that would be if there's any active transportation projects that our transportation planning colleagues would like to identify. And so we would do that coordination, and the estimate of that project would be done as part of the overall coordination. So it wouldn't be done separately. So it would not contribute to construction overruns, but it certainly is included in the budget considerations.
Yeah. So
and maybe I'll just add to that through the chair. So, I mean, I think that this LRFP and the removal of enhancements, but giving it a 2-year step up to get there, allows us to have the right policy conversations about those big policy ideas that's embedded in things like our official plan and our transportation master plan and other policies and bylaws that the city has. But then how does it get implemented? And to the point made by several of the delegations here this morning, being more transparent about the extras. It doesn't mean that they don't add value. It means that we just need to better understand the criteria and the context for when we spend the money on that, as opposed to burying it in a big road project, and then it feels like we're not making specific choices based on specific criteria. So this gives us time to figure out either how to fund those things because they are relevant everywhere, or to set out the criteria and shift our policy structure so that we spend those money on those so-called extras where it's really essential.
And thank you. I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think people, oh, the roads are crumbling. The roads are crumbling. We always hear this all the time. But when we're doing infrastructure projects, it's not just a road, it's a pathway, it's a street lighting. It takes time to build this project out. So a lot of the maybe great ideas, and again, people will have that choice in the future if we break it out further. I think that will give that opportunity to see where that money is being spent. They'll have a greater appreciation, or maybe they'll tell us straight up, we want the roads resurfaced. Yeah, it'd be great to have this beautiful new light there, and it's part of a policy and a vision document that's there. But we are in fiscal dire straits Canada-wide right now. So, I think there's going to be some tough decisions. So I do appreciate having a good honed-in look. When it comes to a tax levy discussion, I just went back, and I know a lot of people may or may not have been around during those days. Unfortunately, I came in just after, but I remember it very clearly. People were very furious. And I just had to look quickly at the citywide, and it's available in our tax calculator, by the way. You can go check it. It's really cool. There's actually a line item on there called city tax levy that used to exist only for 2 years. And so during those 2 years, because of course it came in 2008, it was 1.8% was going to a tax levy for infrastructure and roads. And then in 2009, it was 1%. And then by 2010, people were fed up with it and it was 0. But the citywide actually increased in 2008 from 52 to 2009 to 56 to 2010 to 57. So while it looks like, oh, that levy was great, it actually got absorbed and there was an increase. The problem being is these visionary exercises where we keep adding more on, and I think having a breakout will really greatly assist on what decisions will be made. In my last 4 seconds, how do I ensure that I register my dissent, or I'm dead against any new tax line item? How do I reflect that here today in some form?
Mr. Mayor, I would defer to the clerk, but there's no recommendation today to have that in place, so that's not part of the recommendation that committee will be approving. So by default, I guess you just registered it.
There we go. It's on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank staff for bringing this report forward. We've known for a while that we have a large and growing gap in the funding that we have to maintain and renew our infrastructure. And this is the prudent, appropriate way to bring forward a strategy to address that. It's not in an individual tax year, it's about a long-term strategy so that we can get this right. I really like the Agile pilot as in terms of roads. I've seen where this has been an issue in my community, and I think analogy is like when you've got somebody in line at a grocery store with a cart full of 100 items, and then the person behind them just has one thing they want to ring through, and sometimes that person says, why don't you go ahead and just, you'll be quick. And that's kind of what we're going to be able to do with roads. Like there won't be that choke point when there's other projects that can move forward. But where I was really concerned is just about how the service enhancement is framed. And a few of the councillors before me asked questions, but okay, so my understanding is we have identified a $89 million annual need to implement service enhancements when we are for growth projects or for renewal projects. Service enhancements can include areas like areas that council has approved policy that go above and beyond provincial or federal requirements. And they're in areas like accessibility, active transportation, climate change, and others. Do I have that right so far? This is how we're defining service enhancements? Yes? So, and then in this LRT plan, we're only planning to fund 1/3 of the annual need. So can you explain just in greater detail from a practical perspective what that's going to mean? What are some of the previously approved council policies that will likely have to change, or that you think will have to change in order to address that gap?
Mr. Mayor, so from a funding perspective, we're not rolling back funding. So we're going to keep the base existing funding that goes towards service enhancements today the same. We need those 2 years to go back and look at the policy decisions and come back. From a practicality, I'm not sure. I'll leave it to Tammy or Marcia if you want to, how that would impact projects.
Through the mayor. So, I mean, we haven't unpacked exactly what this would look like. I think, but some of the examples would be our official plan has policies that drive accessibility and speak to complete streets, that drives assumptions around how we lay out neighborhoods and sidewalks and bike paths. And so we would need to look at, is there other ways to achieve those outcomes? Is it the same enhancement that needs to go into every project? When we talk about sidewalks, sometimes we put them on one side of the street, sometimes we put them on both sides of the street. So we'd have to look at, can we meet the policy goal in a different way? We also have, for example, the transportation master plan has a number of active transportation objectives and intentions in there, some of which have their own separate funding. So we have a Main Street program that has funding. And some of those are done as an integrated road project, and some of those are standalone projects. So it's not that this enhancements on an integrated road project is the only way we meet these policy objectives. So we would have to look at the work we have in front of us, the priorities citywide, and how this applies. So it would take a fair bit of analysis to sort that out, but we'd be looking for ways. Our intention is not to reduce the standard or live with less. It's about how do we make more intentional decisions about where we put our dollars and why that will be the best way to achieve those policy outcomes. So we'll have to do that work over the next year or so.
Okay. And well, the current annual funding and the proposed funding in the plan are about the same. What's the outcome of that? Does that just mean projects happen slower, or does that mean projects don't happen, or that they get watered down now?
So, Mr. Mayor, effectively, it's the same pace as today. So, what you've been experiencing in terms of those service enhancement type projects, that funding level is staying the same for the next 2 years. So whatever pace is there might be some that's in the queue that's now built up the budget, but we will continue the same for the next 2 years. So, apples to apples, the pace of delivery today is going to be the same for the next 2 years in that bucket. To be oversimplified.
But it is the underfunding of our annual need that is driving a slower implementation rate. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, yes, partially, yes.
Yes. Okay. I guess I'm struggling with the recommendation 2A and procedurally what this means. So you're going to report back to council with recommended strategies and possible policy changes for service enhancements as part of an updated asset management plan and tax LRFP. Would these changes also be coming back? If we're going to make major changes to the TMP policy that we went through a long process to implement, will that be coming back through a revised LRFP, through the same kind of public consultation process that we used then? Or just procedurally, how is that going to play out?
So we didn't have this conversation earlier. But I think that these are big policy questions that we would have to have those discussions at the appropriate committee. Some of this is about accessibility, for example. So I, for one, definitely want to be in front of the accessibility committee to get their perspective on this. But I think what the report is suggesting is that the cumulative impact and the strategy and how we move forward would come together in the LRFP report back, but that doesn't preclude other conversations at other committees to sort of work through the range of options.
Okay. Yeah. So, Chair, I'm all for looking at better ways to do things, and policy always evolves. I think I will dissent on 2A, and I do want to work with staff on perhaps refining that language, because what I'm worried about is that council's priorities, which we've expressed through previously approved policies and bylaws, I don't want them thrown by the wayside. And if they're going to change, I think they need to have a full discussion by council, by the public. And I think we could refine the language there to better reflect that, because what I'm hearing is it's not staff's intention to throw out good policy or things that make our city healthier, more pleasant, higher quality of life here. So I do want to work on that, and hopefully between now and council we can come to a better description of what the intent is in reviewing these policies. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Dudas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have many questions, but I just wanted some clarity. So as you know, many of the GMs know, I've brought you out to my community, the mayor as well. I have a very old community. Our infrastructure is aging 40 plus years, whether it's buildings or roads or sidewalks, pathways. A lot of my colleagues are in the exact same boat. So you're going to be coming back with a list of priority projects, which I commend. I think that's an absolutely fabulous approach. Let's prioritize and get the most bang for our buck. But what happens to all the other not as urgent infrastructure needs if they don't make those lists when you come back to us in the next term?
Mr. Mayor, that is also part of the progress reports that we're required to do by legislation around the asset management plans. So depending on where council wants to direct staff, but right now we have a direction to come back with the full asset management plan review in 2028, which is 1 year ahead of the 5-year mark. So every 5 years, every 4 years, we will be recalculating that infrastructure need. And also it will be an opportunity to talk about the state of the asset overall. So not only those ones that have been prioritized, but also ones that may have had lower priority. And so we will have opportunities to talk about that on an annual basis in terms of what is changing and how is that doing. And part of our annual our annual budget process is a current review of those assets and the condition. So the asset condition is one of the criteria that is used to prioritize, but part of our annual budgeting process is to review to see if anything has changed. So if any of that criteria has changed, the lists will be reprioritized and reflect that accordingly.
The other thing, and Cyril, I apologize, I think I asked you this already, but I wanted to get some clarity on this, is part of this plan is to continue to work with our provincial and federal partners to access the infrastructure funds that the municipalities deserve and should be seen in terms of fairness. If they were to come forward with some investment in our infrastructure or any of our plans, how would we be able to adjust our long-range financial planning to accommodate any unique circumstances where they have investments on the table so that we don't miss those opportunities?
Mr. Mayor, I think that's the one thing I do like about our process is the budget process as well, right? This is a 10-year plan. Things will change. We come back with a very detailed, onerous process in the budget, and where those opportunities there, I'll make sure I'm going to find those flexibility, because if I'm getting 50 cents on the dollar, of course I want to invest it. That's the strategy I'm going to use. And I'll bring that back to committee and council. A very simple example of how I would do that. That's what the reserve minimum balance is partially there for, right? We carry a minimum balance. So if there's a opportunity for me to get X dollars from upper tiers and we just need a small percentage from us, I will be back to committee with that plan for endorsement. But that's a simple example of how I would do that. And as another example, we talked about over this term of council, we've increased the investment in infrastructure by 44%. Every year, we've increased more above and beyond what the previous tax LRP had said. it's a guidebook for us. It's a framework, it's a kind of a starting point for us. But then as things change, as you go through the process, other things might open up. There might be other projects that fall into scope that may not be here, or additional dollars. So those are opportunities that I'm always looking at. And of course, the closure, the closures before you today. The closure is a great example of, as we wrap projects up and return money back to source, those are a good opportunity to maximize for federal or provincial funding opportunities.
Okay, thank you for that. As you know, I have one of those projects in my area, so I don't want to miss any opportunities with that. I did want to ask about the debt strategy a little bit. The plan anticipates debt servicing levels exceeding council's internal limits, 7.5% and 8.5%, while remaining below the provincial cap. What mitigation strategies are in place if those debt levels prove unsustainable, or if our economic conditions worsen?
Mr. Mayor, I think, as Isabel talked about in the report, those are worst case scenarios. And Isabel gave a great example of, where we projected the previous RFP to be at, and we're well below that level today. So we monitor that on an annual basis. As you've seen this term of council in my quarterly reports, I've been given macroeconomic updates, talking about our credit agencies a lot. So it's at the forefront of the reports I bring forward. Another example is we brought the rate RFP forward last year, and we were kind of breaching those limits on the outer years, but we had a good surplus last year in the rate program. The rate reserves right now are about $175 million of additional money. So those are things that we can recalibrate, right? So these are plans, things change, and we'll recalibrate that as needed. So I think those, 2 or 3 examples alone are opportunities to kind of risk mitigate breaching that, keeping in mind that our worst case scenarios, as Isabel outlined, we're still well below the 25%. So we're really conservative, to that point. We're extra conservative as an organization because we've lowered that down even lower.
Okay. I appreciate how much work has gone into this. I know some of the delegations were saying this is a very meaty document and maybe a little hard to understand. I actually really enjoyed reading throughout this and kind of dissecting it. I do appreciate the pre-briefings that you gave us. This is not an easy subject, and it's not going to be easy when this comes back to committees and councils. We'll have hard decisions to make, but that's part of our job. So I think that this was a very prudent approach. I liked your term ultra conservative. I don't mind that at all. I do also echo my colleague Councillor Brown's comments about looking at other ways to save some money within the city mechanisms. I think this is a wise way to continuing to invest, as long as older communities continue to see the investment they deserve. I'm just going to add that in there. That's all for me. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dudas. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'll just echo Councillor Dudas's thanks to staff for the briefings, particularly, and for the report as well. I began picking it apart the night it came out, and the briefings were particularly helpful. So I don't have a lot of questions left. I do want to ask, so with respect to the staff presentation, I think it was on slide 10. And the final bullet on the left-hand side of that page that speaks to an additional recurring requirement of $29 million annually from 29 to 30, $23 million annually from 31 to 35. Is that is a increased contribution over what we're doing now out of tax dollars into the plan? Is that a good general way to describe it?
Mr. Mayor, with one small little slight nuance. In our operating budget today, we contribute just over, I think it's well over 200 million. I don't know the exact number from our operating budget. That's not exclusively tax source, right? Okay. So from a taxation perspective, taxes is about 48% of our overall our revenue income. So overall, all of our revenue sources, taxation, user fees, investment income, those would add to support that additional.
So of that, say from 2029 to 2030, how much of that 29 million is expected to be drawn from the citywide levy?
So, Mr. Mayor, that 29 million would have to come from the operating budget. How much comes from the levy? That will be as part of the process in the budget process, because we go through the process of, expenses equals revenues, and the revenue sources, you know where I'm going, right? Yep. So there's multiple revenue sources, so it's hard to say, what component of that would be tax versus investment income versus all the other own source revenues.
Okay. There is, how much does, in 2025, how much did a 1% increase to the citywide levy bring in?
Mr. Mayor, it's roughly, I've said this before, 20 million. I think it's probably more like 22-ish right now, because obviously with compounding, but 1% for simplicity would be about 20 million.
Okay, so the additional recurring requirement implied by this plan is roughly the equivalent of a 1% tax increase, maybe more.
If you're going to, Mr. Mayor, if you're going to exclusively fund it, yes.
Yep. So if we had, my concern here is that we're creating a pressure that is going to, if we continue down the path of sort of very low tax increases, 2%, 2.5%, a lot of the additional revenue that the city is going to bring in is going to go straight into this plan, leaving less money to pay for everything else that the city needs to pay for with the citywide levy. And I think that's just math. If we put $29 million more from the citywide levy or from a combination of citywide levy and other revenue sources, that's the equivalent of a 1% tax increase or more that we're not putting into other operating line items. That's a lot. And we're not proposing replacing that in this plan with higher taxes. We're not proposing replacing it with a levy. There's no indication in the plan of how compromising on our design standards might save us the money. It's putting more and more money each time we do one of these LRFPs into this particular line item and away from everything else that we're doing in the budget. And that's a concern. We're creating a systemic budget pressure with which we're not dealing in this report today. If we pass the report today, more of the tax dollars that we're going to bring in are going to go towards those renewal and maintenance line items. It's going to leave fewer dollars available for everything else that the city does. We're going to do fewer projects as we prioritize them. The projects that we defer are only going to become more expensive. We're going to take on more debt to the point where we begin bouncing against the self-imposed caps that we have on those. The report talks about reevaluating the costs of some of our policies. I'm worried that if we continue to go down this path, we're going to decide that we simply can't afford nice to haves like sidewalks or climate mitigations in our projects moving forward. There is the very worrying specter in this report of asset sell-offs, which we're calling rationalizations, that would diminish the service that the residents of Ottawa can deserve and expect. We're punting too many decisions off to the next term of council. We are not proposing how we're going to ensure that we can do everything else the city needs to do if we increase the amount of spending on this line item that we're proposing. And I think it's irresponsible of us to sort of punt all of this into that next term. So for that reason, I'm going to vote against it today. I recognize why you're proposing what you're proposing, but it's the other side of the equation, the revenue side of the equation, that we're leaving unaddressed, and I don't think that is responsible. So I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Well, I would like to start by thanking staff. I think this could be one of the most important reports that council will eventually deal with this term of council, because it tries to identify and address the huge infrastructure deficit that exists, that we know exists, but really puts pen to paper to articulate those challenges. So we identify the problem. We right now in the report understand what we're allocating in our budgets to contribute towards infrastructure, and then what comes out of this report is to better understand what are our avenues that we're going to pursue to address that gap going forward. So my hat's off to staff. It may be a tough read, as we heard from delegates, but that's why we have briefings and opportunities to ask questions. Maybe a 1-pager, 2-pager to precede the report would help the public just to identify what the problem is and what we're trying to address through the report. But overall, thank you, staff, all the staff that contributed to this. I think River Ward's an excellent example of what an aged ward looks like and the challenges that we have with infrastructure. River Ward is not alone. I call them the necklace wards, not necessarily the core wards, but within the urban core, 80 years old, 60-year-old neighborhoods, and the challenges that we see and my colleagues see on a daily basis. And there's no better contrast to see the community of Carlington, which is 80 years old in my ward, and Central Park, its neighboring community that was built 30 years ago, and how I do not hear from Central Park about infrastructure needs because their infrastructure is solid. Sure, we'd like more sidewalks, bike infrastructure, but the infrastructure that we have is standing and holding. And right next door in much older neighborhoods, we're not keeping pace. So there's no better test to see this live than in wards like River Ward. I won't go through all the assets. I listed a number of assets here in my ward. I won't bore you to death because there's nothing unique about River Ward because we see that in every other ward. So I have some questions that relate to the motion, sorry, the recommendation before us, just for clarity myself. On the issue of LRT upload, just again, for 100% clarity in my mind, when that does happen, do we also cede ownership of the asset of the LRT lines, which include the debt payments for that, or is it simply the annual operating costs of the LRT?
Mr. Mayor, we'll use the other Ontarios as comparators, the other 5 lines in Ontario that the province owns. So really would be they would own the asset, but we would operate it. So the light rail, the stage 1, stage 2, the infrastructure, the core asset, the province owns in the GTA. So we would expect a similar type of structure here locally.
And that would include taking over the debt of that asset.
That's correct.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, the actual recommendation before us, clause number 2, talks about, at the very beginning, sort of the intro paragraph, talks about staff reporting back in the next term of council. When does staff believe would be a reasonable time to report? It's fairly open, obviously 4 years. Could we at least see a major report back by midterm, for example?
Mr. Mayor, I think our plan would be in 2028, because I talked about recalibrating. So, the other key component here is we now have the opportunity to line up our LRPs going forward with the AMPs. So the AMPs, I think I'll take a minute just to talk with that. The AMPs are new levels of information that we never had before. So that was a provincial legislation change, and that level of detail has allowed us to do a lot more understanding of our assets. So that's a level of information that didn't exist pre 2025 timeframes. That's another key piece of information that hasn't got mentioned today. But the intent would be to be back in 2028 so that we can reflect it in the recalibrated LRP in line with the AMP.
Okay, very good, thank you. Still section 2, part B, subset I talks about, quote, any annual Hydro Ottawa dividend surpluses which would go to help fund the Climate Change Reserve Fund. Is that in excess of the annual budget line? Our budget line, let's say, is 22 million. If we draw 24, then that 2 million would then go to that fund, or were we putting the entire hydro surplus into that fund?
Mr. Mayor, it will be the surplus over our base, okay. And just for exact numbers, 20 million is our base, so the annual surplus above the base would go to that reserve exclusively for climate.
So is 2BI worded exactly the way we want it worded, or does it need any additional clarity?
Mr. Mayor, so the key there would be the surpluses. So if it's 20 million, it's zip.
Okay, fair enough. And 4B. Okay, I want to wrap my head around 4B because I think this is a big one as well. It talks about us delegating authority to the city treasurer and CFO to reallocate funding to projects, etc. Again, does council get an opportunity to at least endorse a list to give you marching orders and then you prioritize from that list?
Mr. Mayor, great question. Exactly. So okay. Today, what you see before you on the annual budget process, we provide a 4-year forecast. With this here, we're going to add in a 10-year forecast as well from a growth perspective. The authority here gives me flexibility only in the 4-year window. Okay. So really it becomes when I do that, we always report back on when I use my delegated authority. So there's full transparency here. It's not things being done behind the scenes. It really tie right back to the budget. The next year's budget will be updated, and I will report back on where that was leveraged.
Okay. I will be supporting the staff recommendation before us, absolutely. If staff are able, between now and council, to dig out any historical information about the levy that was referenced by Mr. Cullen back in 2008, about how it was how council was informed, what steps council took to inform the public. This will have no bearing on my vote on the recommendation before me, but I'd like to have, if we have any sort of historical information about that process, I'd be interested to read more. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Your Worship, and I really want to thank Councillor Brockington for that question, for his last question, because I was going to pose it. I do think it's important, especially in the context of the Agile Budgeting Pilot, that we are assured accountability and reporting mechanisms within the four-year capital spending authority, and it's good to see that that will be the case. I think delegating reallocation authority is reasonable operationally, but council should receive regular reporting, perhaps quarterly, on reallocations made with a rationale. This protects both accountability and the program's integrity, in my estimation. My other question around accountability deals with recommendation 3, which directs staff to develop a prioritized facility replacement plan by 2027. Will council receive facility level information, including condition reports, replacement timing, and prioritization rationale, so that we can understand what is coming before facilities reach crisis status?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Before any actual action is taken, we would need the approval of delegated authority from committee and council, so that information will be brought forward.
I appreciate that. I think there are so many changes that are required that obviously we need to have full information, and we don't want to be surprised, because we know that there will be multiple facilities such as arenas, pools, community centers, and we want to ensure that we have all the information before us to make informed decisions about the investments that will be required to maintain those facilities. I hear from my residents all the time that the preference obviously is for retention and not disposal of these facilities. We want to ensure that we're going to continue to invest in them, and we'll need to be able to have all the full information at our disposal in order to make those decisions. Another question revolves around development charges, and notwithstanding all the fast changes that are coming to that area with just announcements yesterday with a federal-provincial partnership, I still want to know, under the existing legislative framework, what is staff's assessment of the fiscal risk posed by Bill 17's DC deferral provisions over the 18 to 24-month cash flow window, and what contingency measures are in place?
Mr. Mayor, from Bill 17, it's really about cash flow. So as opposed to getting $1 today, we're going to get that $1 in 18 months. I'm just going through a memory bank here. I think that's roughly about 47 million delay, because we had a report. No, that's the exemption. Oh, sorry, it's the exemption. Sorry. So just use my dollar example. Ignore the last one.
Okay, well, that's something I think that council will also be interested in. I mean, obviously the report flags that 90% of DC revenue is residential and will now be deferred to occupancy. And with $200 million per year in average DC collections, this is obviously a significant cash flow exposure and potential challenge. So that's one area that I'll also be interested in seeing in-depth reports on as we move forward. I know we've had that type of conversation in different contexts ad nauseum with the changes to development charges, but I think it will obviously potentially impact the revenue flows. And of course, we know that there are changes afoot with the province and with the federal government, and we'll also be interested in seeing what those impacts look like through memo. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I'd like to start with the things that I liked about this report. So I liked that we have this agile transportation pilot. I think that will be important for residents who want to see the spending aspect of the tax collection. I don't think it's reasonable for us to, hold money until we get a certain amount. People want to see the spending and the value and the renewal of assets. So I think we're going to find an interesting solution there. With respect to the KITS direction on that, I assume that that was probably going to happen anyway, naturally. If you're going to pilot something, you're going to have to determine which projects are most appropriate for the pilot. Are there any criteria that were listed in that direction or that weren't listed in that direction that you will also consider as important for the pilot, or does that direction limit you to only the criteria that was specified now?
Mr. Mayor, no, the direction doesn't limit us. I think, this is I'm going to call it cool, innovative that we're doing with, finance and infrastructure and planning and whatever. So I think it's an opportunity for us. We might see other opportunities as we go through this, right? And I think, part of the commitment to come back and report back when we use this delegated authority, if you will, we'll bring those ideas back if we found another solution or an avenue for a different solution.
Okay, very good, because I think the idea of the agility is to give staff the ability to select what projects can move forward with the quickest return. So just to make sure no directions are going to limit the way that you examine that. I also think, what I really like about this is that we're starting to really say things out loud. Although some of our delegations said that there was a lack of transparency, I'm quite motivated by the fact that we didn't even have AMPs for certain categories of assets until 2024. So we didn't know what we didn't know as recently as 2 years ago. So here we have a report that is trying to reconcile what we now know. And I think that's a good thing. It doesn't make it an easy thing, but it makes it a good thing. So moving on to what my concerns would be. My concerns are that what I am seeing in the service enhancements category are the things that I hear about from College Ward residents in my inbox every day. I am concerned that we are talking, and we've used the language already at this table, that a sidewalk is an extra. I would suggest that an extra is a conveyor belt. A sidewalk is an equalizing asset with other parts of our city. So when we're looking at what a modern standard might be, I would suggest that post-amalgamation, not all areas were built equally. And I guess that's my question for Tammy. Do you see a sort of post-amalgamation discrepancy between the way that different cities came into the city of Ottawa, what kind of assets you were working with at that time?
Mr. Mayor, I would absolutely agree with the councillor's assessment in terms of, up to 11 different municipalities, some rural, some urban, some suburban, with all varying levels of growth, renewal priorities, budgets, taxes. And so after amalgamation, it is a challenge to take a look at how do you, unify the whole municipality. And so it will take many more years for us to get there. But yeah, not to minimize that even data collection was very difficult as well. So not all municipalities had the same level of data. So we continue to build on that asset information as well.
So I think this is my flag on this play, is that we have a category that is now called service enhancements that has, I would suggest, many of our outer urban wards' expectations for their value for money. We are putting it in a bucket and we are kicking the bucket 2 years down the road. And I will have to go to the doors and explain that. I don't think that a service enhancement, I mean, I'm quite encouraged by, and this is why I was excited to come. I've got, one councillor over here who's suggesting that if we start breaking out these assets, we can have a better conversation with the public. I think we've seen that around the committee table at PWIC. So I do agree very much that breaking out those assets could offer a different way of talking about what investments we're making in our neighborhoods and what the trade-offs are. I absolutely support that. But to my councillor to my right, I am deeply concerned about the idea that 2A has the suggestion that we could have policy changes. I think that lets the tail wag the dog. We have the official plan, we have the TMP. These were not accidents, these were not nice to haves. A modern standard for a street light in my neighborhood, a modern standard means that a kid who's walking home from a school on a winter's day and it's dark at like 4 o'clock is going to be able to do so safely. That's not a modern standard, that's a reasonable expectation of safety. Where are the road safety enhancements in this plan? That's a question for Cyril.
Mr. Mayor, the road safety and asset plans are not part of this RFP funding. It's part of the road safety action plan that we bring forward.
So if the road safety action plan is funded in urban areas through tax, would that be considered a service enhancement because the asset would be built back possibly to a different standard? I'm just wondering how those expectations will roll out in some of the conversations that we're seeing presented here.
Mr. Mayor, I think those are the exact things that we need to evaluate because there could be two policy things that kind of interject or coexist together. So I think that's part of the process that we can review. And Marcia can top me up there.
Yeah, maybe to give an example through the mayor. So when we look at a main street, there's lots of different ways you can design it. And we have policies. I agree with you that that accessibility is not a nice to have. There's different ways to achieve that outcome. And we have lots of different policies, even in a single document like the transportation master plan or the official plan, that when you then look at the on the ground situation, what's more important and how do we prioritize this? And we are in situations where we are buying very expensive land on the edge of something so that we can do everything on a road, when maybe we should be having a policy conversation about whether or not the sidewalk, let's say, should trump everything else. And if you have an active transportation route and you can find a different way to run it through that neighborhood and you have a confined space, like, let's not buy more land if that's going to increase the cost. So I don't think it's about saying that some policies aren't important anymore. It's about being more intentional and specific about how we will deal with competing priorities on the ground. Right now, it's left to a site-specific conversation where, of course, everybody wants the most of everything, and there isn't a lot of policy guidance on when this is starting to become too expensive of a project, or this is actually going to slow down the construction and we're going to miss a whole season to get this road done. So I think it will. It's a more fine-grained policy conversation about how we want to move forward to achieve those objectives, those principles the city has in our documents, but to make it work on the ground where council and the public are very clear what's the trade-offs we're making, what is prioritized above what, and how do we and if it is that we need more money to be allocated in the capital budget for a particular thing that right now is in an enhancement, then that might be what we propose as well. And then there'll be other trade-offs in terms of other things that don't get funded. But I think that the policy conversation is not black and white about, you know, do we like sidewalk or not. It's about trying to figure out when we hit the ground and we start designing, there are lots of small decisions that are getting made that increase the costs, that we need to look at what was the original intent. And the policies writ large are too vague to really provide that guidance.
Thank you for that. So I think that I'd be comfortable to see what kind of changes you come up with Councillor to my right to make sure that that nuance is addressed. What I wouldn't want to see happen is that this becomes a tale of multiple Ottawas again. That is basically reflective of, you know, a pre-amalgamation state where some of our older neighborhoods have been deemed just too expensive to give the same quality of life that the suburbs and the core see. And I'm disappointed necessarily to even have this Transect-based conversation on this report. But right now, I feel like I'm fighting for my residents and my taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like Councillor Lieber, I had a chance to ask questions in advance, but I would like to comment on the report. This document is really the backbone of how our city functions. It's the spine of all of the other work that we do. And for me, the significance of this report lies in what it acknowledges. You all know for years my message has been consistent. Growth must be accompanied by the supporting infrastructure that allows communities to function. And this report is finally a recognition of that. Most notably, staff have acknowledged in the report that growth-related capital spending has significantly lagged behind other categories of infrastructure investment. Ask me if I was shocked when I saw that. I was not. Over the last decade, only 58% of approved growth capital budgets have actually been spent. Compare that to 80% for renewal projects, 91% for service enhancements, and 96% for regulatory projects. We have become very good at planning growth and at approving growth, but we have not become equally good at delivering the infrastructure that growth depends on. And I'm going to say it again and again and again. When infrastructure delivery falls behind, residents feel it every day. They feel it in congestion. The West End has recently gotten a taste of that, and I think you'll agree that commutes affect quality of life. Residents feel it in missing transit. They feel it when promised road projects remain years away. And they feel it when growing communities wait and wait and wait for the amenities and services that were supposed to arrive alongside development. So I really want to thank staff for including a section of this report outlining a number of motions that I have brought forward over the past several years. In 2023, I brought forward a motion calling for increased funding for major transportation infrastructure projects in rapidly growing communities and for a closer examination of how we finance growth-related infrastructure. And then last year, I brought forward motions on development charge funding principles, project phasing, the use of future debt to accelerate transportation infrastructure, and mechanisms to move projects forward when delays arise elsewhere in the system. And one of the most significant recommendations, the Agile Capital Budgeting Pilot, responds directly to that. And Councillor Gower, I loved your analogy. It was bang on. So just a few weeks ago, I brought forward a motion asking staff to look into what the report actually outlines as the biggest barrier to project delivery: design timelines, procurement processes, property acquisition, coordination challenges, and approval sequencing. So I know I've been very vocal on this issue. I'm raising it all again today because it demonstrates that the alarm bells that I have been ringing about growth and infrastructure are now being reflected in the city's financial planning. And that demonstrates that we are beginning to move from identifying the problem to implementing solutions, which is significant. There is justifiable concern around the table about the scale of the challenge ahead. Ottawa is facing billions of dollars in infrastructure needs over the coming decade. And at the same time, we are growing at a pace that places enormous pressure on our transportation network and on our municipal services. But for me, this really is an important shift in thinking. It's an acknowledgement that growth infrastructure has not received the attention it requires, that project delivery has become a bottleneck, and that if we want housing growth to succeed, we must be equally committed to accelerating the infrastructure that supports it. I will continue to say this until I'm blue in the face. Communities are more than just a unit count. If we are going to celebrate housing acceleration, which I think everyone around this table has and does, then we have to also be prepared to champion infrastructure acceleration. If we're going to approve growth, then we must also deliver the roads, the transit, and the community infrastructure that make growth successful. Because building homes is only one part of building a community, and I think residents deserve all parts. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. To staff, I certainly do appreciate that we are finally identifying not just the issue, but the scale of the issue. And as a councillor of one of the older established wards, I appreciate that several of my colleagues are framing this issue as something that could affect quality of life. When I look at this plan, I think about General Burns Pool in my ward, one of the best used pools in the west part of Ottawa, serving one of the most equity challenged parts of Ward 9. Its life expectancy is 50 years. Right now, it is 58 years old. Last year, the city spent $170,000 in unplanned emergency repairs, while the pool was forced to close down for, I think, 3 or 4 weeks in July and August. It is living on borrowed time, it feels like. There's no funding source identified to replace it. As concerns many assets like that pool, we are not solving the problem as much as managing it. Which brings me to the recommendation for consolidating, decommissioning, selling off a number of our assets described here as facility rationalization. Can staff confirm what categories of facilities might fall within that scope? Could it include field houses, community centers? Could it include pools?
Mr. Mayor, the category includes all of those. So outdoor pools, indoor pools, community centers, field houses are all included in that.
Thank you. And I know that we speak about clarity on that. When can council and the public expect to get a clear idea of which specific facilities might be at risk?
Mr. Mayor, 2027, I think, is the plan that we would be back with the facilities rationalization scope.
Thank you. Another thing I'm struggling with in the LRFP is the timing of it. And what I mean by that is I'm referring to how we're proposing to pass a long-range financial plan right now, while there are some key inputs that remain unresolved. For example, the significant implications of deciding our growth management strategy in Q1 of next year. My question, why is staff comfortable advancing this plan now before confirming our growth management strategy? And what might be the potential risks of approving a long-range plan, even just 2 years worth of a plan, before some of those very important assumptions are settled?
Mr. Mayor, I don't see any risks in approving those today. The reality is we also always have the budget process, right? So the budget process is always a process that, somewhat trumps this. This will give us the guiding framework to make sure that when we did start the deep dive budget process, I give it that additional money goes over to infrastructure, transportation planning, et cetera, so they can start planning. Ultimately, all these details then get flushed out in the budget process. So anything that might be, any nuance that might be new or whatever case may be, that's a place to capture that. As new information comes forward, if the growth plan comes forward after the budget, then obviously the next budget would capture that, and then that'd be part of the next plan in 2 years.
Thank you. So several of my colleagues have raised this, how the plan defines or perhaps redefines priorities and needs. The plan is reframing things like accessibility upgrades, climate resilience upgrades, certain pedestrian safety improvements like safe complete streets as service enhancements. Since those decisions, since those service enhancements were policy-based, other than affordability, how is staff distinguishing those needs from core infrastructure obligations?
Mr. Mayor, I'll start off. I'm not sure if Tammy might want to top me up, but core infrastructure needs would be the priority. If the funding envelope that's handed out from a service enhancement perspective, the funding for service enhancement stays the same. So it just might mean that the number of projects, the ones that we can afford in terms of that budget for service enhancements will be in the next budget. The other ones will have to wait till the next budget. But the infrastructure priorities will be part of the prioritization process that Tammy goes through.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. And the term service enhancements is certainly something that was introduced in the Ontario regulations for asset management plans. And so part of that is also the definition of that category. There's also growth that's included in the asset management plans, and climate, we have it as a separate item as well.
Thank you. So it's good to hear that the definition owned by the province, but the decision on how to apply that owned by us. And if, as I understand it, you're saying that certain projects, certain service enhancement projects will fall within budget, others might not. But when it comes to, for example, climate resilient infrastructure, have staff done any analysis on what might be the long-term financial implications of not making those kinds of investments as we roll out some of those affected projects?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure if someone from Debbie's team can speak to that, but I will also remind committee that, as part of this term of council, one of the budget enhancements that we did was we layered in the climate change lens to our budget process. Cumulatively over this term, that equated to just over $1 billion worth of investments towards climate in terms of moderate and high level resiliency efficiencies. A big part of that was the zero emission bus program. So we do a lot of investments in climate change. The rate funded RFP did have a lot of funding in there for climate change. So it is something that we do look at overall from a normal process.
Thank you. Assuming, though, however, that through this plan there will be some compromises somewhere across the board, one of my main frustrations is that much of this crisis could have been avoided. And the residents of Ward 9 know this because I have been telling them repeatedly that if council had theoretically increased property taxes by just 1% more per year than we did over this term, we likely would not be dealing with the kind of massive funding gap that we have before us today. Could the Chief Financial Officer confirm whether using the city's own tax base, whether an additional 1% property tax increase in each of the last 4 budget years would have by today amounted to, as you and I just discussed before, at least $100 million in additional tax revenue annually?
Mr. Mayor, correct. As I mentioned before, 1% is 20 million, 4 years, 80 million. Throw on some compounding, you're in that ballpark, yes.
So if we had done that, we'd have $100 million to play with today. That's part of what bothers me. Ottawa's property taxes, based on the average priced home, consistently rank among the lowest of all major municipalities in Ontario. We have had room to pull harder on this lever, as other cities have done, and yet here we are. We're looking at a massive funding gap. We're talking about facility rationalization, potentially cutting back on service enhancements. Staff are acknowledging a very real structural problem, but we are approaching it cautiously, incrementally, in my view, optimistically. If we continue on this path, the consequences will not be abstract. They will show up in managed decline of our infrastructure, the potential disappearance of our facilities, the eroding level of service that residents still hope to rely on. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Bradley.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, being this late on the list, most of my questions have been asked, so I'm just sort of scrambling to go through them, so I'll make it as concise as I can. First, thank you. This is the type of big picture financial framing that I think many of us had been waiting for, although unfortunately it does feel a lot like deja vu. While I wasn't around the Horseshoe in 2017, I was working in these halls, and these discussions sound incredibly familiar. In fact, it was my predecessor who had put forward a motion to add a infrastructure levy of 0.5% back then in 2017 to address the gap that we had, which I think was $70 million annually. Had we done that, perhaps we'd be further ahead. Unfortunately, that wasn't voted on, and perhaps that too was short-sighted. Where I struggle in these types of big financial documents is how they translate during the budget process. How do we make sure that we're actually following the guidelines here so that we don't run into this problem again when we do an update? Councillor Leeper got to the heart of some of my questions with respect to this, but there are some short-term implications to this report in 2027 and 2028. Some are, I think the report, it was cut off on your slide, but I think it said that we'd have 96 million of new investment in 2027 and 65 million in 2028. Obviously, a big portion of that is debt and the drawdown from reserves. But I wanted to understand what that means in terms of new base funding that we would require in 2027 and 2028. So again, the report was a little bit difficult to read, but I may be wrong in these assumptions, but I'm just going to read them and maybe you can correct me if I am. So it was 12 million in new capital funding in both 2027 and 2028, 4.5 million in new debt servicing for renewal, 2.6 million in new debt servicing for replacement, and 0.15% of growth funding, or 3.5 million, would be directed towards growth projects for a total of 26 million in 2027 of new base funding, and again in 2028, and that changes slightly after 2029. Is that somewhat accurate?
Mr. Mayor, that is accurate, but keep in mind that going from the 6 to the 12 million, we're using 4.5 of that for debt servicing. So that makes that big number. That's additional 60 million.
Yes, yeah. Obviously we're leveraging debt to make the strategy work, but I'm just trying to understand the new base funding pressure that would be in those years, so that when we're going through budget time, we can say, okay, well, there's 22.6 million required to follow our long-range financial plan for infrastructure, which is about 1% tax increase. Now, there was, I think, when you had responded to Councillor Leeper on this framing of questioning, that this report doesn't determine that must come from tax-supported revenue. It could be from other sources. Is that?
Mr. Mayor, correct. So from an own source revenue perspective, I'll just recap.
Yeah.
Taxation is part of that. Investment income is part of that. User fees are part of that. Our fines are part of that. So those are all revenue sources that are eligible to fund core city needs. So it's a combination of those.
So how is that transparent in the budget process? Because that's where I struggle. Again, how does this translate? How do I make sure that, we are allocating this amount of money that we need and new base funding towards these investments without taking away from other services? So how is it going to be transparent in the budget process or in budget directions that this obligation is being fulfilled and where it's coming from?
Mr. Mayor, it will be extremely transparent, and I'll refer to, if you look at the 2026 budget process, if you go to the FinCorp budget book in a non-departmental explanatory template, you will see there a line that calls out the annual investment that we be making as per LRFP 5. So now what you will see is that line will be replaced with as per LRFP 6, and you'll see a $12 million number on that line as example. From the growth perspective, so carving off the 0.15% from growth, that will be part of the direction. So that will be a reminder to committee and council when a directions report comes forward that, typically we say, the growth, we start off with 1.5% pro rata share allocated to the boards, et cetera. You're going to see now, whatever target we have there from a growth perspective, 0.15% earmarked to the infrastructure as per tax LRFP, the residual pro rata share across that. So that'll be clearly highlighted and articulated in the budget process.
So when we talk about growth, we often talk about it as new money into the budget. Obviously it is, but growth doesn't pay for growth. So it will be very clear then that if it's 2% more in growth, that 0.15% is already allocated and spent.
Mr. Mayor, yes, we'll be taking the 0.15% off the top, and then the residual gets pro rata share. That'll be as script as that in the directions report.
Okay. Now, I might be getting ahead of myself here because I know that you will report back on the facility rationalization report, but I just wanted to understand in this plan, the strategy that you're presenting to us is that disposal of certain assets, land and facilities will help to pay for the replacement of other facilities that we're going to replace under this strategy. Again, I might be getting ahead of myself, but will there be a baked-in revenue target that you are hoping to achieve through land disposal or facility disposal to help fund the replacement?
Mr. Mayor, no. The core thing here is to make sure that what we want to recommend and approve here is if we, let's say Dan comes forward and there's a plan to sunset a facility that's no longer used, and committee and council approves that. What we want to do is make sure we take that money, whether it's the operating money that's taking place today to keep the lights on in that facility, and the proceeds from the sale of that facility, make sure that gets reinvested into a facility's infrastructure asset. That is the core intent here, is to make sure that it doesn't become sell an asset, sell a facility, save $1,000 on operating expense, and put it somewhere else. We want to reinvest that into core facility needs.
In replacement.
That's right, yes.
So, but if we don't have, like, if we're trying to come up with a plan to say, how are we going to renew these 40 facilities if we determine that they all are still needed, we want to have a time frame or something realistic to say to the public that this is how we're going to shore up that gap. Here's how we're going to replace these facilities over a period of time. But we don't set any targets with respect to revenue we intend to make from disposal. How is that strategy going to come to fruition? I'm not advocating for disposal because I'm really against against that piece, but I'm just trying to understand how we're setting ourselves up for success in this strategy.
Mr. Mayor, part of the recommendations as well is we're building up the base, I think it's 2.7 per year, exclusively for facilities. So we're building up that base for investments in the facilities. If there's an opportunity to, offload facilities that's no longer needed, then we just want to make sure that that money that we save or generate from the sale also goes in there. If that doesn't occur, then obviously we will have to either have a longer time to build that up or increase the gap over here, funding on the other side.
Okay.
If I can add to that. So like we're funding with debt for the for facility replacement. And so the 2.7 is going to the debt servicing budget. And so it's actually, we're trying to cover that 231 million over that 10-year period.
Thank you. Okay, I'm running out of time, so I'm going to go through some of these really quick. So I know that we're coming up against our cap, according to this plan, with respect to our debt servicing costs relative to our revenue. That a lot has been asked about that, but it also did indicate in the report that you may be coming back to council in 2027 with some recommendations in the 2027 fiscal framework update. Is it your intention to increase that cap?
Mr. Mayor, the intention is to refresh the fiscal framework. That was done in 2007, so it's quite a long time ago. I'm not committing to what we're going to suggest is in there. We're just saying we're going to come back with a review and refresh of that. And if needed, those recommendations will be part of that.
Okay, thank you. And then just a very random question at the end. The Agile pilot, how long is it a pilot for and how will you report back?
Mr. Mayor, so right now, obviously 2 years, because we're committed to come back with this refresh plan in 2028. So that'll be, the 2-year trial period. If there's success there, we'll extend that. And again, as I heard on the floor today, when that delegation of authority is used, we always report back on when delegation of authority is used. So I can capture that part of the budget process or one of my quarterly reports where I use that. So committee and council will be abreast of, those scenarios.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a lot of concerns with some of the strategies in the report, and I think you're hearing from a lot of my colleagues around this table who represent communities like mine, Gloucester Southgate, inside the Greenbelt. Never heard it called the necklace, but communities like that are aging and feel that these policies are going to harm our communities the most. We're not going to see the investments that we're not going to have the same type of standards as other communities, and as Councillor Johnson has said so articulately many times, that we're going to have 2 Ottawas and 2 different service standards. So, I don't have a vote today, but I'm certainly going to consider my options when we're at council in a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. The report is something that was kind of like, we had to hear. We had to hear what the state of the nation is, as it were, and where we are at financially with our facilities and our assets. Frankly, it's a bit scary because we don't know what the future is, and we're obviously short on some of our hopes and dreams. I'm thinking about the communities I represent, and we have significant intensification. We're putting in 7 new transit stations, and we're saying lots of intensification, lots of densification, and encouraging high-rise density projects. But where's the infrastructure that goes with it? And that is the concern. And right now, it's a big question mark. And of course, people are very concerned. We'll have a project that's going to be looked at tomorrow that's going to add 262 units on a residential street near a transit station. So we need to see what the infrastructure is going to be for these growth areas. I'm very concerned. And I'm also concerned about the fact that we have shovel-ready projects. You mentioned about shovel-ready projects being prioritized. Well, we have a couple of them, and they're earmarked for DC funding. Well, that is a problem. How are we going to pay for them when we're seeing the DC funding disappearing? I've got Woodruff and Frank Ryan Parks. Both of them are shovel-ready, and it's a concern. They've been tagged for funding, for DC funding, but how can we do that with these shortfalls?
Mr. Mayor, both those projects were identified in the 2024 DC background study, and so the collection for those projects has been ongoing since that time. So there are no issues in terms of delivering those projects. They're relatively small in terms of the overall ask. So I don't think that we've come up against an issue of insufficient DCs to more to the point on these projects tends to be the benefit to existing to leverage that money. And as you know, we're working with councillors across the city in terms of those challenges.
I appreciate it. One of the projects that keeps getting mentioned over and over again was the Belltown Dome, which was built in 1979. And it was just a shock to find out, well, it's at the end of its life cycle, but without life cycle renewal money attached to it. It's, you know, that we're left to look at options, but all of the options are very long term. Why is it that it takes 7 to 8 years to get a replacement of any kind for these projects? That's something that is very concerning, because the people are going to lose a beloved institution, a facility, and they have to wait that long for any kind of replacement. So this is an area that's very, very old. Belltown community. It's servicing that facility is servicing a lot more people than just the Belltown. So how do we justify this long wait?
Mr. Mayor, in terms of Belltown, there is a plan afoot to replace recreation infrastructure on the site. It won't be an arena, but it will be, what the community has prioritized as a short term. Longer term, we are working with the councillor in terms of plans to build another building there, be it a community building, a gymnasium. I think that is still a matter for discussion. And once there is a more definitive plan, I think we can look at what the financing of that might be, both in terms of doing a design for it so that it is shovel ready, and then the full funding requirement after that.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. We talked about debt, and I just want to say a thank you to the city for the Ottawa Community Housing Mortgage funding. I think that's important. I think that's what we would call very good debt, because it's the renewal of existing facilities. Again, the same problem, old buildings that need to be upgraded, and Ottawa Community Housing is doing it, and with the city's help, this is good news to make sure that those buildings don't fall into disrepair. But I am overall concerned about the overall lack of funding for facilities for the future, and I think that it's going to be a struggle in these areas that are seeing a lot of intensification, and we'll need more. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much. And again, I just want to quickly wrap up and say thanks to staff with just a couple of more quick questions. Obviously, the term the necklace is probably going to stick forever now. Thanks, Riley. But I think the outer urbans certainly have the concerns about, even before we got to this point, we've always had these massive challenges, even getting citywide funding for things like a stoplight. We have to meet certain warrants versus the outer urban where they have development and they can throw a stoplight in, no problem. Even if they don't meet the warrants, they'll just find a way to make it happen. Is this going to be part of what we'll be looking at from a funding perspective in the future about equity through the city? I think that's probably going to be one of the big challenges, because even inside the Greenbelt, we've made some sacrifices to encourage housing as well. right? We're a little water in the wine. We've taken a bit of a bath on some of our opportunities within our areas to get housing built. But at the same time, with offering up, we want to ensure that the outer urban, not to be parochial, but it is a real problem for us. How is that going to be looked at? Where we don't have DC charges coming directly in, where we've taken a haircut on some of the cash and lieu money, things like that, when you're looking at a citywide funding perspective where we have our own band, the necklace.
Mr. Mayor, I think really it comes down to, working with planning and working with Tammy's team in terms of the infrastructure needs, and then really come out with those, first of all, I guess, identifying what the true gap is, right? In terms of, what are those, things that we need to invest in, and then that's where we get involved in terms of supporting the funding plan of that. But the intent is not to be, the avs or the avs not, absolutely not, but it really comes down to what is the gaps and what is the strategic funding plans that we can put on top of that to make sure we address that.
Great, thank you. And I like the clarification. We're not going to just pave goat paths and things like that. We actually want to see some real progress, and decisions will have to be made. Everyone wants at least one sidewalk at a minimum, but maybe not two. Would that be correct? Everything that will be looked at through this lens is going to be in line with provincial accessibility standards and the policies we set forward for accessibility within the city, correct?
Correct, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Good. The other thing is, I don't think people have a full idea of how many categories are within the citywide funding envelope. And that's where we've had so many weird discussions here today. While we're really talking about procurement, we're talking about process. But we bundled in all these other discussions, like you have community and social services, you got transportation and roads, recreation services. You have a whole series of items. There's like 15 of them here. I've made a pictograph to make it easy for everyone. And that's where the conversations come into play about a special levy that would be independent. And what does that look like? Is it encompass all 15 or one, or is it just road resurfacing? So it's a good discussion. It's going to be a very honest discussion. And I appreciate my colleagues asking about history. The 2008 to 2010 levy experiment as an individual item that morphed into something more and actually went right back into the citywide budget. So I think having more transparency, as one of my colleagues mentioned, is good. Knowing exactly where that money is going to see how far along it advances things. And just as a quick wrap up, Mr. Mayor, we have all these new changing legislations. It looks like the province has decided that's it, we're done for the year. They just packed it in. I just saw that online. They're done. 30 days of sitting, but we're sitting here a hell of a lot longer trying to argue through these things. We look at the legislative changes that they've thrown us, that we're still digesting, that we still don't comprehend, correct? So Bill 60 goes through. We have 178 projects, and we don't even know how that's going to be applied back to our long-term funding strategy at this point, knowing that we can't achieve most of those things anyway. Would that not be correct?
Mr. Mayor, yes, correct.
And when it comes to things like coordination within the city, I think it's been highlighted. I remember very clearly one year I put out a community announcement. We're resurfacing Ogilvie Road. And then another department came back to me and said, oh, geez, yeah, we can go ahead and resurface that, but we'll have to dig that back up and put a sewer down there. So I had to go back out and talk to my constituents and say that would be a waste of taxpayers' money. They were excited for a road resurface. Is coordination and streamlining things to make sure there's less silos part of that ultimate plan in 2027?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. I think, this file has been nothing but collaboration across, almost every GM. As I look around the table here, every GM has been consulted. Not only the GM, but obviously the department as a whole has been consulted. You talked about the various AMPs. I mean, this is new information that we never had before 2025. And everything is there from IT assets to fleet to core infrastructure. So everybody's part of this pie. So, in order for this to be successful, we need to collaborate, continue to collaborate as we've done with this file and report that you have before you.
Great. And just as a wrap up, I think I'm seeing some of the strongest front bench GMs I have in many years. They're giving blunt honesty. And they're putting it in front of us, and they're going to force this next term of council to make some strong decisions in a very difficult time. So thank you for the work you've done.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Tierney. Just before we vote, I just had a couple of questions and just wanted to make a couple of comments. So first of all, a long time ago now, a couple hours ago, but some points were raised about Lansdowne and was described as $500 million, and that's why we don't have money to spend on other things. So I just wanted to clarify a couple things about Lansdowne 2.0. Number one, the net cost to taxpayers is not $500 million. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct, yes.
So what is the net cost to taxpayers of the Lansdowne Park project?
So the investment from the city is 130 million for a $418 million asset.
Okay, thank you. And did we pull money away from other projects to spend on Lansdowne? Did we pause or stop any other projects in order to take the money from those projects and invest it in Lansdowne Park?
Mr. Mayor, no.
And was the cost of doing nothing $0?
Mr. Mayor, no.
Okay. There were some comments made about and I think we can all agree our objective is to maintain and improve our infrastructure. And I like the analogy of replacing the roof. But nothing about this report is saying we are not going to replace the roof going forward. Our objective with this and the future decisions we take will be to invest in our infrastructure, maintain and improve our infrastructure over time. This is not an effort to reduce our investment in infrastructure in any way, is it?
Mr. Mayor, we are substantially increasing the investment in our infrastructure as we've done, yes.
Okay. And with regard to facility rationalization that's come up, we're not saying that these facilities are simply going to be closed and never replaced by other services or new facilities or anything of that nature. There are facilities that are getting older, and some of them might be restored and renovated and improved. There are others that might be replaced by something else in theory, but we're not talking about one of the objectives here being that we are providing less service to the community, correct?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct. There's no service cuts in this plan, and a good example would be there could be an opportunity where we have a number of public work yards, where we might be able to consolidate, offload a couple, but then rebuild or reinvest in one main one as in terms of consolidation of service and get a better asset out of it.
Right. So nobody should be concerned that if they see the name of a facility on a list because it's nearing the end of its life cycle, that means our intent is never to have that service provided to the community in the future. We're gonna continue to provide the same level or more service to the community, maybe through a renovated facility, maybe through a new facility.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. If we close the gap on our infrastructure deficit this year by putting however many $1 billion into it that would be necessary to close the gap, would we be able to get all that work done immediately?
Mr. Mayor, no.
So it will take time no matter what, and the way you've presented this is that this is a responsible, sustainable plan to increase our investment in infrastructure in a way where we will actually be able to get the work done, correct?
Mr. Mayor, I think it's really key, important, exactly correct. I think the other side is, Tammy spoke about it earlier in terms of what she's seeing in the marketplace in terms of labor. This was not an exercise where we went and said, okay, here's your number, now achieve that number. This was an exercise where, we got the requirement from the team, and then we came up with the funding solution. So it was not a target from a finance perspective. It was what do we need? And we looked at all those dimensions in terms of, the capacity to deliver and where we were seeing those things. So we talked a little bit about the spending levels, but we also layered in the actual realities of the labor force to deliver the project. So that was all encompassing part of this file.
Right. So again, to use the analogy of a house, it's a little bit like, the kitchen probably needs to be renovated in the next 10 years. The bathroom might need to be renovated in the next 5. Some other part of the house, the basement might need to be fixed up, or we might need a new furnace or a new roof in the next 15 years. And we're trying to structure things so that we're doing the projects in a reasonable order. We're not doing them all at once, but we're doing them in a reasonable order, and we're doing them when the people are available to do the projects.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. We increased infrastructure spending by 44% this term of council over last term, correct?
Correct, Mr. Mayor.
And we did that without an infrastructure levy.
Correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So an infrastructure levy is not the only way to increase our investment in infrastructure.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. There are other options, including investment from other levels of government. The upload, for example, would be another way that we would be freeing up money that we could invest in infrastructure without adding an infrastructure levy or increasing taxes.
Correct.
And an infrastructure levy is a tax increase. I mean, it's earmarking the money for a specific purpose, but it's a tax increase, right?
Mr. Mayor, 100% correct, yes.
Yeah, okay. And so I just want to make sure, is it, it's your professional opinion that we are managing this in a responsible and sustainable fashion, that we are not taking risks here, we're not letting our residents down by not properly investing in infrastructure. This is the first step in a process that will lead to us closing the infrastructure gap over a period of time, and we will close that gap. This is just the first step in doing so. Is that right?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct, yes.
Okay. All right, colleagues, I'll just wrap up with a few quick comments. As Councillor Menard said earlier, this is a problem that was years in the making. The infrastructure has been underfunded for much, much longer than this term of council. We increased infrastructure spending by 44% this term after years of not spending enough. We've also found ways to partner with other levels of government to increase our infrastructure spending and use federal and provincial dollars to do so. And something like the upload is a huge opportunity for us to have more money to invest in transit infrastructure going forward. I heard somebody make the comment a few minutes ago that if we had increased taxes by 1% a year over the last 4 years, we'd have $100 million to play with. And I know Councillor Devine perhaps didn't mean to make it sound so glib to say to play with, but what I would say is, who would not have that $100 million to play with would be the residents of Ottawa. And it wouldn't be that they didn't have $100 million to play with. It would be that they didn't have $100 million to spend on food and rent and other vital expenses in their lives. So I, for one, am not prepared to automatically default to a tax increase whenever we see an issue. And I'm going to continue to take the side of fighting for affordability with regard to our residents who are suffering through an affordability crisis. And I think they expect us to do everything possible to protect affordability and not automatically default to tax increases. We need to keep fighting for our fair share of infrastructure and other investments from other levels of government. Yesterday was a great example. The province and the federal government are committing $8.8 billion to infrastructure spending in Ontario over the next 10 years. I'm going to make sure that we are collecting as much of that $8.8 billion as possible for Ottawa, that we are attracting our fair share and more of that infrastructure money to our city. So I don't think we should always default to increasing taxes. Obviously, the money has to come from somewhere, but our first, it should not be our first resort to have a tax increase. It should be our last resort. Okay, so I'll leave it there. And is everyone okay with the direction that I introduced? Yes? Okay. And staff are okay with that direction? Thank you. So on the item itself then, if we could have a recorded vote, please.
Councillor Lulaf.
Yes.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes.
Councillor Curry. Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
Yes.
Councillor King.
Yes.
Councillor Leeper.
No.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Menard.
No.
Councillor Brown.
Yes.
Vice Chair Kitts.
Yes.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Yes.
9 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you, everyone. So moving to item 7.1 on the agenda, which is the Municipal Land Strategy Surplus Land Declaration and Authority to Transfer City-Owned Lands for Housing. There is one delegation on that. Staff are not doing a presentation here, though, correct? Okay. All right. So we do have one delegation from Carolyn McKenzie. If you're still there. Okay. I think we've got you. Are you ready to go?
Yes,
Okay,
thank you.
go ahead.
Just quick, it's been a long meeting for everyone, so just a very quick one. I'm here representing the Glebe Community Association, and really I just wanted to lend very strong support for this land transfer for the purposes of an affordable housing, much needed affordable housing project in our neighborhood. And many of you might recall the Bank Street Secondary Plan study that went through council a number of years ago, in which we earmarked this particular property for an affordable housing project. It's basically a surface parking lot of presently owned by the city, and hopefully goes through council approval to transfer it to CCOC. And so we're very happy to be supporting that project moving forward. And I guess relatedly, so thank you to Councillor Menard's office and his team for supporting and helping to move this to today's hopeful approval of the land transfer, as well as CCOC, of course, and city staff for making this happen. So that's all very positive. And I guess on a related note, I'm also pleased to note that a number of community members are working closely with CCOC in an effort to galvanize the community, I will say, to support the Housing Forever bonds effort, to raise funds to ensure that this project makes it to as quickly as possible to be shovel ready. So that the project can move forward, and I hope to have more to share with council on that in the coming months. So that's it for me. Just wanted to show strong support for this project. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I just want to echo that. Thank Carolyn for all the work that you did on this, and the GCA previously in getting this in a plan. I think it was back in 2021. Peter Giles at the city staff as well has done so much work on this, and staff recently have really taken up the mantle to work with CCOC and others. So I'm very appreciative of staff's work and help to get this over the line. It's going to be a great project when it finally happens, and I couldn't be happier to see some not-for-profit housing going up in the Glebe. So thank you for making that happen.
Okay, thank you for joining us again. Any other comments or questions about that item?
There's a motion.
Oh, right, sorry, I forgot about the motion. Right, Vice Chair Kitts, you're moving a motion on behalf of Councillor Bradley.
Yeah, I'll allow Councillor Bradley to read it, and she's still here.
Okay.
Great. Thanks so much, Councillor Kitts, for putting this forward on my behalf. As part of this item, there is a land disposal to Ottawa Community Housing. It's the parcel at 1770 Hetherington, or rather phase 2 of that parcel. I just wanted to thank city staff and the team at Ottawa Community Housing and the mayor, and of course the province for some funds towards this project for this term, and how we've been able to advance housing on 1770 Hetherington. We actually had a big announcement on the site last month where we're going to start construction on 90 new affordable units. So this motion that I have, though, is specifically to address the disposal for phase 2 of the property, and it's just to reinforce what we're looking to see on this site, which includes a wide range of housing types, mixed income, inclusive and livable community, and different levels of affordability, with a focus on family-oriented units to serve a growing community. So I'll just read in the motion. It is thanks to staff also for helping to draft it into the mayor's office as well. So whereas the redevelopment of 1770 Hetherington Road is intended to deliver new housing opportunities with a complete and inclusive community, and whereas staff have identified a proposal for Ottawa Community Housing to advance both phase 1 and phase 2 residential components of the site in order to support a more coordinated and efficient development approach, and whereas council recognizes the importance of ensuring that the redevelopment includes a broad range of housing options that support residents with varying needs, household sizes, and levels of affordability, therefore be it resolved that council directs staff to work with Ottawa Community Housing to explore opportunities to deliver phase 2 as a mixed income, inclusive, and livable community with a variety of housing options and levels of affordability, and be it further resolved that staff be directed to examine potential partnerships opportunities with other nonprofit and community housing providers as part of the phase 2 development strategy, including opportunities for affordable and market housing, family-oriented housing, and community-serving uses.
Okay. Vice Chair Kitts.
Yeah, just a quick question where Councillor Curry was not on the call. Just wondering if there's been dialogue with Ottawa Community Housing on this motion.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. I did meet with Stéphane Giguère prior to bringing this motion forward, and he's seen it, and he's happy to carry out this direction.
Okay, so on the motion, is that carried? And on the item as amended, is that carried? Thank you. There are no in-camera items. I'll note the information previously distributed. Are there any notices of motion? Any inquiries? Any other business? Motion to adjourn? Carried. Thank you, everyone.